KWFM Tucson.
Delivers, and a fastball is crushed to left field. A towering drive back towards the back fence and gone. A 3-run homer, and the Sidewinders lead it 7-5. That was a moonshot. Here's the 1-1 pitch to Barton. Off speed, ripped down the left field line. Fair. That's going towards the corner. 2 runs will score. Barton on his way to second with a stand-up double. It is 6-5, and man, does that have to feel good for Brian Barton. Here comes the pitch, swinging a drive to center field, right at Quentin, chases it back, and it's going to get over his head and roll to the fence. Alexander chugging to third. They're going to wave him around. Here comes the relay throw from Santos. Out at the plate as he slams into Brito. A one-hop relay throw strike. Brito caught it. Alexander slammed into him, and Brito held on. Welcome to the show. And hi again, everybody, from Tucson Electric Park. We welcome you to Sidewinders Baseball. Tonight, Tucson and the Salt Lake Bees play Game 2 of their 4-game series. It is great to have you with us. Ryan Radke with you at the ballpark tonight. Tucson won a thriller last night over Salt Lake. 2 runs in the bottom of the 9th inning, capped by Alberto Callaspo's sacrifice fly, and the Sidewinders won it 5-4. Just the 3rd time this season they have beaten Salt Lake. Tucson went to 11 games over 500 for the first time this season. They are 2.5 games up on the Las Vegas 51s as we begin play tonight. So Tucson has won 5 games in a row. It's the 3rd time this season they have won 5 in a row. They have yet to get to 6 in a row. They'll see if they can get that accomplished here tonight. Starting pitching matchup in tonight's ballgame, Tucson will turn to right-hander Edgar Gonzalez. Edgar is 2-4 with an ERA of 3.57. Jeff Haberlow will get the start for Salt Lake. Haberlow is 0-2 with an ERA of 5. So it is Gonzalez against Haberlow, Tucson against Salt Lake. The first pitch is coming up in just a little bit. When we come back to Tucson Electric Park, we'll hear from one of the Sidewinder stars. Shortstop Stephen Drew will be our guest when we continue with the On Deck Show right after this.
For Major League Printing at minor league prices, there's one team that just can't be beat. It's InstiPrint at 3255 East Speedway. From business cards to booklets and manuals, from newsletters to notes and pads, brochures and flyers to binding and finishing, one color or full color. If it needs printing, you can count on InstiPrint to get the job done right and right on time. InstiPrint, 3255 East Speedway, just 2 blocks east of Country Club on the north side of Speedway. InstiPrint, Major League Printing and minor league prices. Fireworks aren't just for the 4th of July anymore. They're in Tucson for every Friday night Sidewinders home game. Come on out to Tucson Electric Park on Fridays to see the Sidewinders battle for the PCL crown. And stick around for a terrific fireworks show presented by Sam Levitt. Tickets for Fireworks Fridays games are on sale now by calling 434-1021 or by logging on to TucsonSidewinders.com. The next Fireworks Friday is coming up soon, so get your tickets today.
More Sidewinders action now on Cool 1450.
And welcome back to the On Deck Show. Our guest today is Stephen Drew, Sidewinder shortstop at Tucson and Salt Lake. It's set to play Game 2 of the series here tonight. And Stephen, before we talk about you personally, maybe just the team. I mean, back-to-back walk-off winners for you guys against Portland the other night and then last night. And I mean, it's certainly been fun to watch. And I got to imagine being part of things down here in the dugout. It's been fun from a team perspective to see what you guys have been able to do in the latter innings.
Yeah, it's when it comes down to 19 and everybody pulls together, I think, as a team. And, it was a lot of fun last night. As you could tell, as, we got base runners on, and then, a pass ball scores a run, and then you got second and third. So Alberto's up, and I think he's only got 6 strikeouts on the whole year. So you knew he was going to put the ball in play, and, it was a great win last night, and see if we can't pull one out tonight.
Why do you think this team has been so successful in later innings of ball games? It seems like it's something you guys have done all season long, 7th inning on, and it seems like that's when you kind of kick it into gear.
I think everybody understands their role. I mean, as if you're a 3-hitter, 4-hitter, when you're up in the first, 7th inning, you're on your first hitter at the bat. your job's to get on base as a leadoff hitter. I think everybody understands their role, and then the next guy's got to do their job to get him over, and, then he's in scoring position. So, everybody looks to that, and, the stats don't show it when people move people over and things so forth like that, but the team's been great this year at doing things like that.
Interesting you bring that up because it was just the other night with Chris Young at second base that you hit a ball back up the middle that got CY over to third base. You talk about maybe that at bat a little bit and kind of what you're talking about, situational hitting there. Even though you're a three-hitter, people probably think drive in the run, you were able to move him over.
Yeah, I mean, as a pitcher, he's going to throw away as to a left-handed hitter or something away, something soft away, and they don't want to run to score, and also they don't want the guy to go to third and you move him over. So, for me, it was just, staying focused and trying to hit something through the middle or to the right side. So, everything worked out, and when you're a three-hitter and you got a guy on second, your job's still to get him over, regardless if it was Scotty up the plate and CY's on second, and he's a right-handed hitter. He's going to try to go the other way to get CY over to third. So, the team understands that. I think, now it's AAA baseball, and everybody understands their role, so it's a big help in game situations.
You started the year hitting second. Now you've been hitting third. Is there any sort of different mentality batting in the third spot as opposed to when you were in the two-hole?
Not for me. I think, just try to have quality at bats and throughout the whole game, and hopefully everything else will take care of itself. So moving from 2 to 3, it's up to it's up to Chip to make the lineup card. So as players, all we can do is go out and play hard.
One thing that I know people maybe overlook from time to time with you is your defense. We saw you start a great 6-4-3 double play last night. You played very well defensively all season long. How much pride do you take in that aspect of your game? Even while everybody focuses on hitting and average and home runs, you continue to play a great shortstop.
It's like I said all along throughout the year, as shortstop, you got to be on your toes, telling people where to go and stuff and so forth. So for me, I take a lot of pride because, the game's changed a lot where it's more offense and defense, but still you got to have defense to win games. And, if I'm not doing well at the plate and, I'll take it to the field and play well there. But, hopefully throughout the year, everything comes together where it's complete and everything goes well both sides. So, yeah, I take a lot of pride in the infield and hitting.
It's a lot of fun, I know, to jack a home run out of here, to drive a double in the gap, drive home a couple of runs. How much fun is it for you, though, to start a 6-4-3 double play like the one you had last night?
When you got bases loaded to dive up the middle to make a great play, it's a great feeling. Just to get the 2 outs because then there's a guy on third and, it's more likely that he won't score. So it's a great feeling for everybody, I think, in the field. It takes pressure off for everybody else and even the pitcher. He ain't in a jam situation now. He's got 2 outs, and all he has to do is get one more out and focus on the hitter instead of worrying about who's on base. So it's, last night was a lot of fun.
Wrap it up on this. You played the most games of anybody on this club. How are you holding up? How do you feel as we approach the midway point of the season?
You got your ups and downs throughout the year. That's why they call baseball a grind. So especially in the minor leagues where the travel is a lot different than up in the majors, but. So far it's been a lot of fun, and hopefully the health just keeps holding up for me, and I'm just having a great year.
Well, Stephen, it's been fun to watch you. Thanks very much for the visit. We appreciate it.
Appreciate it, Ron.
All right, that's Stephen Drew. We'll come back. Starting lineups are next on Cool 1450.
I'd like a grande decaf non-fat latte. No flavors, light on the froth, with just a pinch of sweetener. And, make sure the milk's been steamed to at least 180 degrees.
Wow, you really know what you want in a coffee.
Now, if only I could get replacement windows my way.
You can when you call 888-65-PELLA.
Really?
Sure. With Pella, you can choose from a variety of energy-efficient windows and patio doors, and they'll fit most any style or budget.
Really?
Uh-huh. When we replaced our windows, we chose Pella Impervia. It's a durable fiberglass composite that's priced competitively with vinyl. We just called 888-65-PELLA, and they took care of everything, start to finish.
Really?
Really. Just call 888-65-PELLA. And hand me the sugar, please.
It's Pella's Windows Your Way sale with great savings and flexible financing options. Call 888-65-PELLA now. That's 888-65-PELLA. Hurry, sale ends soon. Pella, viewed to be the best.
You're hearing Sidewinders baseball action on Cool 1450.
Sidewinders and Salt Lake Bees getting set for Game 2 of this 4-game series. Let's take a look at the starting lineups tonight. First for Brian Harper and the Bees. Reggie Willits leads off in left field tonight. Casey Smith is the shortstop. He'll bat second. Darren Erstad is in center field. He'll bat third. Howie Kendrick is at second base. He bats cleanup. Nick Gourneau is in right field. He'll bat fifth. Jeff Mathis is behind the plate. He bats sixth. Mike Elward is at first base. He'll bat seventh. Corey Myers is the designated hitter. He'll bat eighth. And hitting ninth, it is the third baseman, Adam Pavkovich. On the mound for Salt Lake tonight, righty Jeff Haberlow. He's 0-2 with an ERA of 5. So it is Willett, Smith, and Erstad, Kendrick, Gourneau, and Mathis, Elward, Myers, and Pavkovich, with the right-hander Jeff Haberlow on the mound tonight for Salt Lake. For Chip Hale and the Tucson Sidewinders, they will line it up like this. Alberto Callaspo leads off at second base. Chris Young is the center fielder. He'll bat second. Stephen Drew is the shortstop. He'll bat third. Scott Hairston will DH tonight. He bats cleanup. Chris Carter is over at first base. He'll bat fifth. Brian Barden is at third base. He'll bat sixth. Matt Erickson is in left field. He'll bat seventh. Juan Brito is the catcher tonight. He'll bat eighth. And hitting ninth, it is the right fielder, Kenny Perez. On the mound for Tucson, righty Edgar Gonzalez. He's 2-4 with an ERA of 3.57. So it's Callaspo, Young, and Drew, Hairston, Carter, and Barden, Erickson, Brito, and Kenny Perez with Edgar Gonzalez on the mound. It'll be Edgar's third start of the season against Salt Lake. He has not fared very well statistically against them this year. Had one dreadful start early in the season against the Bees here at Tucson Electric Park. His start in Salt Lake, while the numbers don't look all that impressive, he actually pitched fairly well, and we'll tell you more about that as we go on throughout the course of the evening. It is a beautiful night for baseball here in Tucson. Temperature is right up around triple digits, but a nice breeze blowing across the field. Sidewinders have taken the field with the baseball buddies in tow. It is military appreciation night at the ballpark, a sleepover to follow. It is a great night to be a part of Sidewinder baseball here tonight as they take on Salt Lake. Game 2 of this 4-game series between two first-place clubs. When we come back, we're going to tell you a little bit more about the starting pitching matchup in tonight's game, and then we will have the first pitch. It was a terrific ball game last night. Hopefully tonight can live up to some of the theatrics that we saw between these two clubs one night ago. The national anthem is coming up, so we'll step out here for a break. As mentioned, when we come back, more on the starting pitching matchup, and we will have the first pitch between Tucson and Salt Lake. And straight ahead, right here on Cool 1450.
Hey, Sidewinders fans, while the race for the PCL Championship continues, the race for the Wireless Championship has been decided, and the winner is Singular. Only Singular has rollover, which allows you to keep your unused anytime minutes for an entire year, protects you from overage charges, and is simply the fairest value in wireless. And only Singular features the fewest drop calls of any wireless network in the country. And while we're talking about value, make sure you check out this great deal. Get $25 off any phone and a free accessory up to a $29.99 value with a new 2-year service agreement on any Singular phone. Just stop by Singular's booth at the ballpark during any Friday, Saturday, or Sunday home game at Tucson Electric Park, or visit one of their 5 Tucson store locations any day of the week. This offer is for a limited time, so make your switch to Singular today and start enjoying the benefits of the best wireless network in the country. Singular, raising the bar.
The Maverick is where Tucson comes together for live country music. The Maverick, where great prices are down to earth, a dance floor that stretches across the club, and a private bar and lounge to relax your feet. The Maverick still is and always will be the king of clubs. It's country done right and live 5 nights a week. The Maverick, where pickups, Harleys, and Ferraris come together on Tanque Verde next to Cove Road.
To get good fish, you have to know where to go. The best fishing holes are kept secret. But sometimes, all you got to do is listen. Only churches can make fish like this. Golden crunchy outside and light flaky inside. It's a good catch in a basket, platter, or inside the new fish sandwich. There's always something new crunching at Church's.
Try Church's new crunchy fish sandwich with fries for only $1.99. Or enjoy 12 pieces of chicken and spicy or original for only $7.99. Offer plus tax for limited time at participating restaurants.
Church's.
The On Deck Show has been brought to you by Century 21, A. Atlas Discount Storage, Quick Mart, Desert Diamond Casino, the Premier Hotel Group, Sedona Springs, Chapman Automotive, Film Creations, Blue Cross Blue Shield, The Maverick, the King of Clubs, Dex Media, America Online, Worldwide Travel, Casino del Sol, Simon is Car Wash, Eastman Distributing, Incy Prints, Singular Wireless, Compass Insurance, La Paria Suite, the Mexican Restaurant, the Tanca Verde Apartments and the Paul Ash Management Company, Hyundai, Church's Chicken. Stay tuned for Sidewinders Baseball coming up now on your home for the Sidewinders. Cool 1450.
Well, the national anthem is finished up here at the ballpark, and an outstanding flyover performed here tonight. Just a great night for baseball, and certainly on Military Appreciation Night. Just a moment to think about the troops, what they do for us overseas, and keep them in your thoughts and prayers as they continue to keep this country safe. We appreciate all that they do for us both here and, of course, abroad. And this is just one of those nights when we can take a moment to reflect on that and thank them for exactly what they do. A great pregame ceremony put on tonight here at the ballpark, and now hopefully a great baseball game to follow. It was certainly an outstanding ball game last night, with Tucson getting 2 runs in the bottom of the ninth inning to win by a score of 5-4. Take the first game of this series against a Salt Lake club that came in playing very well. Of course, Tucson has played very well. We mentioned they've won 5 in a row. It's the 3rd time this year they've done that. They'll try and get to 6 in a row for the first time all season with a victory here tonight. Edgar Gonzalez has just emerged from the dugout and is making his jog out to the mound. He'll begin his warm-up tosses shortly to Juan Brito. Tell you a little bit about the guys that are starting in tonight's game. For Salt Lake, it'll be Jeff Haverlow making his 3rd appearance and 3rd start with the Bees. He's 0-2 with an ERA of 5. Of course, Haverlow is a guy that we have seen before in this league. He pitched with Tacoma for a while, had been in the Mariners organization, released by the Mariners out of spring training, and he had been set to go play independent ball with the Long Beach Armada of the Gold League. He was in camp with them. They haven't started their season yet, and Salt Lake, in desperate need of some arms in their rotation, signed Haverlow. He has made 2 starts. He has lost both of them and has an ERA of 5, but Salt Lake will count on him to go out and have a good outing here tonight. Meanwhile, for Tucson, Edgar Gonzalez on the mound. Edgar has just 2 wins this season, 2-4 with a 3.57 ERA. It'll be his 13th appearance and 13th start. Edgar has worked 75 and 2/3 innings, given up 75 hits, 37 runs, 30 earned. He has walked 17, struck out 66, and the league hitting 260 against him. Now, Edgar has had a couple of starts this year against Salt Lake, and neither have been statistically impressive. He started against them the 3rd game of the season here at TEP. Lasted just 3 innings, gave up 8 hits and 7 earned runs. Got another crack at him at Franklin Covey Field in Salt Lake. Went 6 innings, gave up 5 hits and 4 runs, but only 1 was earned. He struck out 7 and walked 1. Now, lately, Edgar has had a number of good starts, but he has had nothing to show for. In fact, if you look at his last 3 starts, he's just 1-0, but could very easily be 3-0 in those starts. We'll see if he can turn it around here against the Bees tonight. Tucson 36-25 at the start of play. 2.5 games up on Las Vegas in the Pacific Southern Division. Salt Lake at 34-25. They maintain a 4-game advantage over both Portland and Tacoma in the Pacific North. So we're just about set for baseball here tonight. Edgar walks behind the mound, removes his cap, a moment of silent reflection for him. Now rubs up the baseball, back turned to home plate, looking out towards the infield. Quick conversation with a couple of his infielders, including Chris Carter over at first base. And as Edgar walks back up on top of the hill, we'll be set to get underway, and the first man that Edgar will face tonight is Reggie Willits, the Bees left fielder, batting at .309 with a home run and 29 RBIs. Switch hitter in from the left side. Edgar into the windup, and the first pitch of our game is on the way. It's a fastball that misses inside, and the count 1 ball and no strikes. 7:05 first pitch of the ballpark tonight, and even 100 degrees. Wind blowing out to right at 17 miles per hour. And the 1-0 is a fastball that's low and inside. And the count now 2 balls and no strikes on Reggie Willits. He has taken over the leadoff spot since Eric Ibar's call up to the Angels. And Willits has filled it nicely. The 2-0 pitch home, swinging a drive foul left side out of play. And the count 2 balls and 1 strike. Some roster movement for Salt Lake. We'll tell you about that coming up in just a little bit. First, we'll tell you the Bees in their road gray uniforms tonight. Gray jerseys, gray pants. Salt Lake across their chest in black, outlined in yellow. And Willett swings and lines one foul down the left field line. And that'll move the count to 2 balls and 2 strikes. Sidewinders in their black BP tops tonight with cream-colored pants. Sidewinders across their chest in copper. They have all black caps. 2 balls, 2 strikes. The count on Reggie Willett, the leadoff hitter. And Edgar Gonzalez winds, and here comes his pitch. It's low and in with a slider. And the count is now 3 balls and 2 strikes. Meiser Turris, who we saw last night here with Salt Lake, ended his rehab assignment. He is back with the Angels, although he has not been officially activated as of yet. Here's the 3-2 pitch, and Willett clubs it down the right field line. That's a fair ball bouncing into the corner. This will be at least 2. Willett's on his way to second, glancing over his shoulder, and he will pull in with a double. So Reggie Willett continues to be a thorn in Tucson's side. He walked and scored to lead off the ball game last night. Tonight he works the count full and then doubles into the right field corner. So right away, Salt Lake on the board in the hit column, and a man in scoring position as Casey Smith comes to home plate. Smith batting at .296, no home runs and 13 RBIs. Saw him at third base for most of last night's game. He batted 9th and went 1 for 3. Now moves up into the 2-hole tonight, and Edgar's going to have to dance out of some trouble here in the first inning. Remember his last start against Portland, Gonzalez gave up 3 consecutive hits to begin the ball game and allowed a run in the first inning. Ready to face Smith from the stretch. Glances back at Willett, and here comes the pitch. Bunted back towards the mound. Edgar's got it, picks it up, throws to first base in time. Smith is out, and Willett goes to third on the play. That'll be a sacrifice bunt. The putout will go 1-3. I'll tell you, if Tucson had played that a little bit differently, they might have had a shot to get Willett to third base because the ball was bunted hard back towards the mound, but Barden was charging in to pick it up. Had he been able to stay over at third base, they may have had a shot at getting Willett. As it is, he's safe at third base on the sacrifice. And now here is Darren Erstad. Erstad last night did not have a good one. He batted third in the order. He went 1 for 5. Tucson is now going to bring their infield in against Erstad here in the first inning. He's just 2 for 16 on his rehab with Salt Lake. And the first pitch to him is a curveball that's down low. And the count 1 ball and no strikes. Erstad has played in 4 games with the Bees. Still looking for his first extra base hit. Just a couple of singles. That's it. Edgar trying to induce a ground ball out of him. Here's the wind and the 1-0 pitch. And that's low. And the count now 2 balls and no strikes to Erstad. Sporting that red and black combination. He's got his Angels helmet, Angels wristbands, Angels socks, Angels batting gloves, and then the rest of his uniform, the black and yellow of the Bees. Here's the 2-0 pitch home, bouncing ball to second. Here comes the throw to the plate, and out at the plate is Reggie Willett. Willett thought he beat it. He slid to the backside of home plate, and I'll tell you what, he may have an argument, and Willett's going back to talk it over with the home plate umpire and tell him he was wrong. Well, Salt Lake had the contact play on. Willett's coming all the way. Cayaspo picked it up, made a perfect throw to the plate. But I'll tell you, Willett slid to the back corner, and I think he may have gotten in there. He was ruled out at home plate, though. So Erstad reaches on the fielder's choice. It'll go 4-2 on the putout to cut down Willett. And with 2 away, now here is the dangerous Howie Kendrick. And the first pitch to Kendrick, breaking ball outside. And the count 1 ball and no strikes. Kendrick batting .402, 7 home runs, 41 RBIs. Tucson got plenty of him last night. He went 3 for 5 with a couple of doubles. Here's the set and the 1-0 pitch to Kendrick. Breaking ball, bounced into left field. That's a base hit. So Howie Kendrick gets his night off to a good start. His 4th hit of the series. Runners will be at first and second now. And here comes the leading RBI man in the league, Nick Gourneau. Gourneau batting .297, 8 home runs, 46 RBIs. Last night walked a couple of times, did have a single, scored in the 6th inning, ended his night 1 for 2. But an RBI opportunity for him here with no score, top of the first inning. Edgar from the stretch, and the right-handed hitter Gourneau waits. Rito moves away, and the pitch, fastball, bounced over the mound, back in the bag at second. Cayaspo's got it, steps on second, and the inning is over. No runs, couple of hits, no errors, and 2 men left. We played half an inning tonight. Salt Lake nothing. Tucson coming up on Cool 1450.
Alvernon Donuts is more than just donuts. Sure, you can stop in for a wide variety of donuts baked fresh daily. But you can also try their delicious muffins, bear claws, or a ham and cheese croissant. Alvernon Donuts even serves roasted chicken. Call ahead at 326-3307 and they'll have it ready for you when you arrive. Open 7 days a week from 5 a.m. to 5 p.m. Local and family owned. Alvernon Donuts at 1450 South Alvernon. More than just donuts.
If you're interested in a Hawaiian vacation, then you'll want to check out morealohaforless.com, Tucson's new site for discounted value-added vacations to all the Hawaiian Islands. At morealohaforless.com, you'll discover unique Hawaiian vacations with departures directly from Tucson. Escape to Hawaii with morealohaforless.com, powered by Worldwide Travel in Tucson, Arizona's #1 choice for Hawaiian vacations. Capture the true spirit of aloha. morealohaforless.com.
Celebrate your child's birthday with the Sidewinders at Tucson Electric Park. Let us take care of all the arrangements for a birthday party your child won't soon forget. Birthday packages for ages 3 through 12 include tickets, food, cake, souvenirs, PA and scoreboard recognition, and, of course, great Sidewinders baseball and a whole lot of fun. Call 434-1021 for more information and reserve your birthday package today. What could be better, a birthday and Sidewinders baseball? Call 434-1021 for more information. That's 434-1021.
This is Cool 1450, home of Sidewinders baseball action.
Salt Lake gets a couple of hits, doesn't score in the top of the first inning. Now the Sidewinders will come up against right-hander Jeff Haverlow for the Bees. Haverlow making his third appearance and third start. He is 0-2 with an ERA of 5. He has worked 9 innings, given up 9 hits, 6 runs, 5 earned. He has walked 6, struck out 4, and the league hitting .250 against him. Haverlow, as mentioned, a guy that has been in this league before, pitched with Tacoma a couple of years ago. Sidewinders saw him in the Rainiers uniform. He was released coming out of spring training by the Mariners organization. Started his career with them back in 1999. He is a former first-round pick in 99, the 33rd overall selection. But things didn't work out. He was released. He was set to go play in the Golden Baseball League. He was in camp with the Long Beach Armada. And then Salt Lake and the Angels organization came calling, signed him to a deal, and now in the rotation. So the first man he will see is Alberto Callaspo in there from the left side. And the first pitch is a fastball that's high and outside. And the count 1 ball and no strikes. Callaspo 0 for 2 last night, snapped his 11-game hitting streak. Haverlow into the windup, and his 1-0 pitch home. Fastball outside, and the count 2 balls and no strikes. Callaspo with a couple of double-digit hit streaks this year. Don't think he'll mind last night's coming to an end as he got the sacrifice fly to win the game. 2-0 pitch. That's inside with a fastball. The count is now 3 balls and no strikes. Haverlow throws a fastball, curveball, and changeup, not overpowering. His fastball will sit anywhere from 84 to 88 miles per hour. Callaspo ahead of him, 3 balls, no strikes. Haverlow into the windup, and here comes the pitch, and it's way high and outside, ball 4. And Alberto Callaspo has drawn his 23rd walk of the season. So he'll head to first base. And with nobody out, now Chris Young will come up. Young batting .279, 8 home runs and 33 RBIs. Young is hit in 5 consecutive ball games. He is 7 for 22 in that span. That's a .318 average. Young had 1 hit and 4 trips last night. It was a bunt single in the first inning. And I wouldn't be terribly surprised if he tried it again. Pavkovich, the third baseman, up even with the bag. Haverlow at the belt. Here comes his pitch. Up high, bounces out of the glove of the catcher, Mathis. But Callaspo stays put at first base, and the count 1 ball and no strikes. Defensively for Salt Lake tonight, Pavkovich, Smith, Kendrick, and Elward third to first around the infield. It's Willis, Erstad, and Gourneau left to right in the outfield. And Jeff Mathis catching Jeff Haverlow. 1 ball, no strikes. Haverlow at the belt, glances at Callaspo. He kicks and deals the 1-0, and that's a belt-high strike over the inside corner. And the count now 1-1. Boy, that was a high strike to start off Chris Young. First time tonight that Haverlow has gotten in the strike zone, and I think that was a little bit of a generous call, especially for a guy who's missed with his first 5 pitches. 1-1 the count on Siwa. Haverlow will toss over to first base, and Callaspo dives back into the bag. Well, Young with 8 home runs this year. He's hit a lot of them early in games. 4 have come in the first inning of a ball game. 5 have come in Young's first at bat. So he likes to hit them early. Haverlow has given up 1 home run in his previous 2 starts. 1 ball, 1 strike, and the pitch, breaking ball for a strike over the outside corner, and the count now 1-2. Well, Haverlow has yet to get anything down in the zone. I mean, both the breaking balls that he has thrown to Chris Young in this at-bat have been very high. They have been hanging. And if Young can just size that pitch up, he has a chance to hit it a long, long way. 1 ball and 2 strikes to him. And here comes the pitch. Fastball. That's low and inside. And the count now 2 balls and 2 strikes. Cayaspo stole his 5th base the other night. He's now 5 for 8 in stolen base attempts. Although it looked like he was going to be out back on Tuesday night against Portland, but the throw got away from Manny Alexander, and Cayaspo was in safely. The 2-2 pitch to Young. Swing and a miss. He struck him out. Little tight breaking ball just off the outside corner, and so Young goes down on strikes. And with 1 away, now here comes our pregame guest, Stephen Drew. Drew batting at .307, 9 home runs, 34 RBIs. He's 0 for his last 8 at the plate. Thought it was interesting, though, listening to Stephen talk during the pregame show today about being moved around in the order. Of course, he hit second for most of the season, now hitting third. And he says his mentality is no different, that he just got to go up there, size up the pitcher, and take good swings. And he said it on a couple different occasions. I don't care where I hit. Just put me in the starting lineup. That's all I care about. Haverlow tosses over to first base again, and Cayaspo dives back in safely. Drew tonight is seeing his 59th game of the season, 58th at shortstop. That leads the ball club. And the first pitch to him, that's high and outside, and the count 1 ball and no strikes. Drew has liked hitting in the 3 spot in the lineup. Not that he was bad in the 2nd spot. I mean, he had a .306 average while he was batting second. Since he has moved to third, though, his average is up around .340. 1 ball and no strikes to count to him. Cayaspo leading away from first, held on by Elward. Haverlow at the belt. Glances at Cayaspo once, twice, kicks, comes home, and Drew swings and slugs it foul off to the left and out of play. And the count is now 1 ball and 1 strike. Well, Salt Lake robbed of an opportunity to get on the board first here tonight with Willits tagged out at home on Erstad's ground ball. Funny, Willits arguing that play, saying that he had gotten in safely. It was a similar tag last night on Willits in the 6th inning when he came to the plate and appeared to get his hand in before the tag, and he was ruled out on that one as well. So he has had no luck coming to home plate in this series. Here's Haverlow with the 1-1 pitch to Drew. Breaking ball, ripped to second. Kendrick's got it, throws to second for 1, relay to first, in time, and inning-ending double play. So Drew again hits it hard, but this time right at Kendrick, and he starts the 4-6-3. For Tucson in the first inning, no runs, no hits, no errors, nobody left. We'll go to the second, no score.
Sidewinders fans, your local Century 21 office thanks you for giving your team the home field advantage today and reminds you that when you buy or sell your home with Century 21, you have the home field advantage every time. No matter where you live or are looking to live, they have sales associates who can help. Their local knowledge and their national resources give you an amazing advantage in any real estate market. Visit Century21.com today for a complete listing of agents, offices, and homes throughout the Tucson area.
Bill, this Hyundai team is loaded. I mean, we're talking talent at every position. Sonata, Tucson, Santa Fe, all backed by America's best warranty.
You know, everyone always thinks about Honda and Toyota.
But right now, this Hyundai team has the quality, safety, and value it takes to beat them.
Announcing the Hyundai Challenge, a season-long contest to prove who's really got what it takes. Come test drive the new Sonata and see for yourself why Motor Week says it simply outclasses the mighty Camry and Accord.
This Hyundai team is for real.
See dealer for limited warranty details.
Have you ever considered a Sidewinder baseball game for hospitality to entertain your clients, to increase sales, and build customer loyalty? If not, you're missing out on the in-location to thank your customers for their business. With complete catering services available, you can choose from a wide variety of fares to complement your event. It's so easy. You bring us your clients and we'll do all the rest while making you look good to your customers. Call the group department and ask us about luxury suites and corporate meeting possibilities at 434-1021. That's 434-1021. Call today.
Tucson Sidewinders baseball action continues on Cool 1450.
Hey fans, you can email us tonight. The email address, RyanSidewinders@AOL.com. That's RyanSidewinders@AOL.com. And it's brought to you by AOL. AOL, building a better internet. 0-0 game as we go to the second inning. And Jeff Mathis, the Salt Lake catcher, will lead off against Edgar Gonzalez. Mathis batting at .279 with 2 home runs and 16 RBIs. He went 1 for 4 at the plate last night, had a double as part of Salt Lake's 3-run 6th inning. But he also struck out, grounded into a double play, and popped up to Chris Carter at first base. So not the best night ever for Jeff Mathis, who stands in for his first look of the season at Edgar Gonzalez. Of course, he saw him last year. Mathis playing with Salt Lake and Gonzalez here at Tucson. Edgar winds. Here comes his first pitch, and Mathis takes a sinking fastball low. And the count, 1 ball and no strikes. Edgar needs to establish that fastball early tonight. It has not been a good pitch for him so far in terms of location. 1-0, there's a fastball, called a strike on the outside corner around the belt. And the count now, 1 ball and 1 strike. Mike Parrott will tell you the biggest key for any pitcher, establishing command of his fastball as Mathis swings and drives one foul down the right field line. That was a breaking ball that was left up. And the count, 1 ball and 2 strikes. And Bird will say that about every single pitcher. He's got to establish command of his fastball. With Edgar, especially important, because if he gets that fastball working, then he can go to that slider that has been good for him, his changeup, his curveball. But if that fastball isn't spotted well, he will get himself into trouble. Here comes the 1-2 pitch home, bouncing ball to second. Caiaspo has the second hop, waits for Carter to run to the bag, throws him out. Mathis is retired 4-3, and there's 1 away. Of course, it has been somewhat of a trend for Gonzalez to get into a little bit of a jam in the first inning and then find a way to work himself out and settle into a rhythm after that. Talked about his last start against Portland when Edgar gave up 3 consecutive hits to start the ball game, and the Beavers scored a run against him in that game, but Edgar would give up only 1 more in his next 6 innings. Here's Mike Elward, the first baseman, and a fastball misses low, and the count 1 ball and no strikes. Edgar 1-0 in his last 3 starts, a terrific ERA though. He has pitched 19 innings and given up only 4 earned runs as Elward grounds 1 to short. Drew will backhand it, straighten and throw across to Carter in plenty of time. Elward is retired 6-3, and just like that, there's 2 away. So far, the script tonight is following a perfect Edgar Gonzalez script. Little problem in the first inning, find a way to get out of it with none or 1 run coming across, and then go back, settle into a little bit of a rhythm, and go from there. So here's a familiar face now to face Gonzalez, Corey Myers. Corey, of course, played last year in Tucson, playing in his 8th game here with Salt Lake. And Edgar's pitch is a fastball that's popped up foul off to the right. And the count, no balls and 1 strike. Told you Gonzalez over those last 3 starts, a terrific ERA. It is at 1.89. 0-1 the count to Myers. Here's the wind and the pitch. Fastball in there for a strike, and the count 0-2. Corey had been with the Angels in spring training, was released by them at the end of spring, and didn't have a job. Went home, helped his dad Clint with the ASU softball team. 0-2 pitch, up and in with a fastball, and the count now 1 ball and 2 strikes. Corey was still doing that when the Angels called back and said, hey, we got a roster spot for you. He joined Salt Lake, has had minimal success with them, just 4 for 23, but happy to be back playing. Here's Edgar's 1-2 pitch, a sidearm fastball that is fouled off, right side, upper tank. And the count still 1 ball and 2 strikes. Corey, of course, former first-round pick of the Diamondbacks. Things just never really worked out for him in this system. Never became the player they thought he would. Another 1-2 delivery, another sidearm breaking ball this time, and it popped up foul back and out of play. And we'll do it again at 1 ball and 2 strikes. Myers, of course, going to spring training, and if there's one team that you probably don't want to be on the bubble with in terms of being an infielder, it's the Angels in Salt Lake. Here's a 1-2 pitch home. Check swing and a breaking ball, down and away on appeal. Myers held back to count 2 balls and 2 strikes. You start thinking about McPherson and Morales and Kendrick and Ibar and Wood. Then they have guys like Pavkovich, who's out on deck, who's been a good reserve for him. Casey Smith. You go on and on down the line. Pretty tough to find a job. The 2-2 swing and a miss and a breaking ball, and Myers goes down on strike, and that'll end the second inning. No runs, no hits, no errors, and nobody left. We'll head to the bottom of the second. Salt Lake and Tucson scoreless.
Sidewinders fans, if you're looking for the best value in wireless, look no further than Singular. Only Singular offers you rollover, which allows you to keep your unused anytime minutes month after month for a full year. And now Singular wants you to catch this great deal. Get $25 off any phone and a free accessory up to a $29.99 value with a new 2-year service agreement. Stop by Singular's booth during the Friday, Saturday, and Sunday home games, or visit one of the 5 Tucson store locations any day of the week. Hurry, this is a limited time offer, so act now and start enjoying rollover minutes from Singular. Singular, raising the bar.
Are you moving, trying to make more room at home, or just need some more space in your garage? Do you need a place for your stuff that's secure, temperature-controlled, or just convenient? Or have you been putting off your storage needs because you don't have a way to get it all there? You need to call A-Atlas Discount Storage. With 13 convenient locations, A-Atlas has room for your stuff, big or small, and we'll let you use our moving truck free. Plus, we'll meet or beat any price, and there will never be a rate increase. So what are you waiting for? Call or stop by any of the 13 A-Atlas locations. A-Atlas, we've got room for your stuff.
Experience live entertainment every Friday and Saturday night at Casino del Sol and Casino of the Sun. And enjoy Tucson's best food and drink specials every weekend at Arizona's finest casino, Casino del Sol. And for even more Vegas-like entertainment, check out Ava Amphitheater's concert schedule featuring Joan Sebastian, Tim Bandera, Martina McBride, and more. Tickets available at avaconcerts.com, the Club Sol box office, and Ticketmaster. Casino del Sol, just like Vegas, only closer. Enterprises of the Pasquayaki Tribe.
More Sidewinders action now on Cool 1450.
Nothing ball game as we go to the bottom of the second inning. Scott Hairston will lead off for Tucson. Hairston batting at .324, 15 home runs, 45 RBIs. Hairston's modest 5-game hitting streak snapped last night with an 0 for 4. Still second in the PCL, though, with those 15 home runs, 45 RBIs. Fourth in slugging percentage at .606. He is fourth in extra base hits with 29. Ready to face Jeff Haberlow, the Salt Lake right-hander. Goes into the windup, and here comes his first pitch to Hairston. It's a fastball that missed inside, and the count 1 ball and no strikes. Hairston, even with his 0 for 4 last night, has hit in 13 of his last 15 ball games, and he's got 7 RBIs in his last 5. Here's the line from Haberlow on the 1-0 pitch, inside, moving Hairston off the plate, and the count 2 balls and no strikes. Well, mentioned that Tucson has seen Haberlow before. He's been with Tacoma the last 3 seasons, 03, 04, and 05. Never had a great amount of success with the Rainiers, although he did have some success in the lower minors. Here's the wind and the 2-0 pitch to Hairston. Swinging a ground ball down the third base line. Fair ball headed towards the corner. Willits will hustle over to cut it off, but Hairston around first on his way to second. Ball still rattling around, and finally Willits picks it up. But Hairston in with a stand-up double. His 30th extra base hit of the season, and Tucson in business here in the second inning. So a leadoff double for Hairston will now give Carter an RBI opportunity. Carter batting .279 with 7 home runs and 24 RBIs. Haberlow back in 2000 with Lancaster went 14-6 and an ERA of .422. He went 11-6 in 01 in San Antonio at AA. He had a .312 ERA there. Here's his first pitch to Carter, and that's a fastball high and outside, and the count 1 ball and no strikes. But then Haberlow sat out 2002 with an injury to his arm, and when he came back, he was never the same. 5-12 in 03 with an ERA of .539. Barely pitched in 04 with Tacoma. Went just 1-0 with a .476 in 5 appearances. Here's the set, the 1-0 pitch to Carter. Curveball over the inside corner for a strike, and the count now 1-1. Last year, Haberlow made 46 appearances with Tacoma, but they all came out of the bullpen. He went 6-3 with a .461. And then released by the Mariners, as we mentioned, and couldn't find a job anywhere else until Anaheim came calling about a week and a half, 2 weeks ago. 1 ball, 1 strike, the count to Carter. Haberlow looks back at Hairston. Once, twice, kicks and deals, and Carter rockets one to right. That one is going to go, no doubt about it. Up above the bullpen and gone. And Carter has hit his 8th home run of the season, and Tucson leads 2-0. And I'll tell you what, Carter's last 4 home runs, he has left no doubt about it. Gordeau and Wright took about 1 step back and turned and looked and watched it sail out. So Carter with home run number 8, RBIs 25 and 26. And Tucson out in front with the early lead, 2-0. And now here comes a very hot hitter in Brian Barton, whose average is up to a season high, 291. 4 home runs, 31 RBIs. And Haverlow into the windup, and his first pitch is a curve that's down low. And the count, 1 ball and no strikes. Well, Carter again before the game today told me, I just need to get hot. I need to find a hot streak. Not a bad start, I'd say. Here's the pitch to Barton, and that misses inside, and the count 2 balls and no strikes. Carter, of course, known as a very intense individual. Robbie Hammock was joking with him during batting practice today. Said nobody talked to Carter. He's got a serious face on. The 2-0, low and outside with a fastball. 3 balls, no strikes to Barton. I guess he was serious. He got into that pitch and drove it well out of here to the well-populated berm in right center, right up to the top of the bullpen. 3-0 the count on Barton. Haverlow with a deep breath, now into the windup. And here comes his pitch, and it's a fastball that's high and inside, ball 4. That's the second walk of the game issued by Haverlow. Each of those walks have been the 4-pitch variety. So a double, a homer, and a walk to start Tucson's second inning. And now here is Matt Erickson. Erickson batting .290, no home runs and 7 RBIs. Didn't get a chance to play in the ball game last night. He started in right field on Tuesday night. He was hit by a pitch and scored his first time up, and then singled in the 4th inning, but then ended his night bouncing back to the mound and then grounding into a 6-3 double play. So 1 for 3 that night. Erickson is now 2 for his last 12 at home plate. In there from the left side against the righty Haverlow. Barton away from first base, and here comes the pitch, and Erickson looks at a sinking fastball below the knees, and that's ball 1. Chip Hale back in the third base coach's box. We'll run through some signs. Mike Gray is coaching over at first to start the ball game tonight. Barton does not have a stolen base yet this year, but Haverlow looks like he's a little slow to home plate. Here's the set. And the 1-0 pitch home. Curveball over the outside corner. That's a strike. And the count is now 1-1 to Erickson. Both Erickson and Kenny Perez getting starts tonight. Erickson in left field. Perez in right with Chris Young in the middle. So 2 of the normal outfielders, Scott Hairston and Carlos Quentin, not in there. Hairston is in the lineup, DHing. 1-1 the count. And the pitch. Fastball for a strike. Came back over the inside corner. And the count now 1-2. Erickson would like to take advantage of that hole on the right side with Kendrick pulled towards the bag at second. Double play depth. Of course, Erickson a guy that doesn't mind going to left either if Haverlow works him away. Erickson pretty good at just flipping his wrist and driving it out into left field for a base hit. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Barton with the lead away from first base. Erickson waiting as Haverlow takes a long look. Now set to go. And the 1-2 pitch to the plate. Curveball. That's into right field. Base hit. Barton takes a look. He's going to turn second. He's going to head to third. He is going to make it to third easily as the throw comes back in. And Tucson has runners at the corners and still nobody out. A curveball left out over the plate, and Erickson banged it to right just out of the reach of Elward. And Tucson really in business now. And you want to talk about hot hitters. How about Juan Brito, who is coming up? Brito also did not play last night, but went 3 for 4 back on Tuesday. And he is now 12 for his last 20 at the plate. He has had multiple hit games, each of his last 5 times out, and he has reached base in 16 straight. So Brito right now is a guy you definitely want at home plate. His average for the season at .318. Here's the set from Haverlow, belt high, checks the runners, and now he's going to step off and walk back down behind the mound and go to the Rosenbach. I don't think Haverlow was too comfortable out there, trying to figure out what he wants to do here and how he's going to work himself out of this jam. And remember, with Salt Lake here, an American League affiliate, there is no pitcher hitting, so Perez is out on deck. So it doesn't get any easier after Juan Brito. Haverlow ready to work to him. Here's the kick and the first pitch, and a fastball is in the dirt. Headed to second is Erickson. Here goes the throw to second, and Erickson is out by a mile. Well, the hesitation cost Matt Erickson. He got his secondary lead, and just for a split second, didn't know if he wanted to go or not. If he goes right away, he's probably safe. But he is caught trying to advance 2-4 on the putout. And now the infield will come in against Brito. 1 ball, no strikes. And here's the pitch. Swing and a miss and a changeup down in the dirt. And the count is now 1 ball and 1 strike. Now they're going to announce that as a 2-4 caught stealing. I don't think that should be a caught stealing, should it? Because the ball bounced in the dirt. Well, we'll see what they decide. Here comes the 1-1 strike pitch, and Brito way out in front again of a slow changeup. And the count now 1 ball and 2 strikes. Well, now suddenly, Haverlow is on the verge of really putting a clamp on this inning. After first and third, nobody out. Now a runner at third with 1 out, and Brito in a 1-2 hole. Haverlow at the belt. He kicks the 1-2 pitch. Fastball lined off of Haverlow, rolling towards first. Elwood's going to race Brito to the bag, and he's going to tag him out. And holding at third is Barton. And now here comes Brian Harper to head out to the mound to check on Haverlow. A line drive that came up and hit Haverlow, I think, near the shoulder. And it ricocheted towards Elwood. Now, I guess it's got him on the wrist. That's what Haverlow is saying. It ricocheted to Elwood, and it was a foot race between Elwood and Brito to get to the bag. And Elwood was just able to get over and tag out Juan before he got to first base, and Barton had to hold. So that's going to go 1-3 on the putout. And now here comes Kenny Perez. They have changed Erickson's, by the way. It is not a caught stealing. That's just a putout trying to advance. Perez batting at .282, and he looks at a curveball that he bends away from, but it drops over for a strike. And the count is 0-1. 1 home run, 15 RBIs for Perez. Well, Kenny needs a 2-out hit here. Just because of your Tucson, you don't want to waste Barton at third base. Here comes the pitch, ground ball back at the middle, into center field for a base hit. Ask and ye shall receive. Kenny Perez with an RBI single to center. That's his 16th RBI of the season, and Tucson does not leave Barton at third. It is 3-0. So just like last night when Perez went back up the middle, he does it here, and now you turn over the lineup and go back up top for Alberto Callaspo. Callaspo walked on 4 pitches leading off in the bottom of the first inning. So his stats remain the same, .312 average with a homer and 28 RBIs. In there from the left side, Haverlow kicks and deals, and a fastball is low and outside, and the count 1 ball and no strikes. Well, we talked about it before with Kenny Perez, with Matt Erickson, with Donnie Sadler. These guys are valuable guys to have on your team. And Kenny Perez, the last 2 nights, has come up with some very, very big hits. He runs, 1-0 pitch is outside. Here comes the throw to second, and Perez slides right into the tag, and he is out. Kenny slipped on his first step from first base. I saw it out of the corner of my eye. His first step, his foot went out from underneath him, and that probably cost him the stolen base. Just the second time that he has been thrown out all year. But Tucson gets 3 runs in the inning, courtesy of 4 hits, no errors, and nobody left on base. We will go to the third. It is Tucson 3 and Salt Lake 0.
It's a dream come true. Mounds and mounds of crab legs, as many as I want, and no one's gonna stop me. And shrimp, all the shrimp I can eat, dipped in drawn butter or dipped in cocktail sauce.
Honey, wake up. Let's go to Desert Diamond Casino. It's all you can eat. Honey, that's the window.
Monday night dinner will never be the same when you make it the Desert Diamond I-19 Seafood Spectacular.
Honey, where to put my shoes?
It's all you can eat, so eat all you can. But you might want to save room for the dessert.
Did you move my car keys?
There's fish specialties, roast beef, vegetables, dessert, and seafood. Lots and lots of seafood.
I can't find them anywhere.
And it's only on Monday nights from 4 to 9 p.m. And here's the kicker. It's only $12.85 per person. So join us Mondays in the buffet only at Desert Diamond Casino I-19.
Honey, we could have taken my car.
An enterprise of the Donna Awesome Nation.
Start your week off right with the Tucson Sidewinders and Margaritaville Mondays. All this season at Tucson Electric Park, fans will enjoy 2-for-1 margaritas at our cabana bars while relaxing and enjoying exciting Sidewinders baseball. Get your tickets now by calling 434-1021 or by logging on to our website at TucsonSidewinders.com. Join us all season long for Margaritaville Mondays. Call now to reserve your seats. 434-1021. Margaritaville Mondays and the Sidewinders, the perfect way to start your week.
You're hearing Sidewinders baseball action on Cool 1450.
Sidewinders 3, Salt Lake 0 as we go to the third inning, and Adam Paskovich will lead off. Paskovich batting at .212, 5 home runs and 15 RBIs. Getting the start at third base tonight for Brian Harper in Salt Lake. Paskovich came on as a pinch hitter in the 6th inning last night, stayed in the game at third base when Meiser Turris left. And then Casey Smith went from third base, where he started, over to short to fill in for his Turek. So Pavkovich ready to lead off against Gonzalez, who just saw his offense go out and get him 3 runs in the bottom of the second inning. Pavkovich in there from the right side. Edgar reaches down behind the mound, picks up a handful of dirt, tosses it aside. Now up on top of the rubber and into the windup. The first pitch of the third inning is on the way. It's a fastball that's right down Broadway for a strike. And the count is 0-1. Pavkovich, Willits, and Smith here in the third inning for the Bees. Edgar Wines, here's the 0-1 delivery. Big curveball that drops in for a strike. And the count is 0-2. Well, we've talked about it many times that when your offense goes out, puts up a crooked number, you want to go out and get them back up to the plate as quickly as possible. Here's the 0-2 slider that missed low and outside. And the count is now 1 ball and 2 strikes. Pavkovich has struggled somewhat. I'll tell you what, early in the season against Tucson, this guy seemed to get a hit every single time, despite the fact his average wasn't very good. 1-2 fastball misses outside. And the count is now 2 balls and 2 strikes. Pavkovich talked about his numbers that he has had against the Sidewinders this year. 5 home runs and 15 RBIs total for Pavkovich on the season. As Edgar's 2-2 is a check swing foul back into the backstop. And we'll do it again. 2 balls and 2 strikes. But 2 of those home runs and 5 of those RBIs have come against the Sidewinders, and Pavkovich is batting .364 against Tucson for the season. Here's the 2-2 pitch from Gonzalez. And that swung on and fouled back into the screen on a fastball riding in on his hands. So Pavkovich falling behind, 0-2. And now battling here against Gonzalez, taking a couple of pitches, fouling a couple off. He'd like to get on base in front of Reggie Willits, who has really been a hot hitter for the Bees as well since going into that leadoff spot. Here's the 2-2 pitch, and that just missed off the outside corner. Edgar went to that sidearm slider. He has gone to that sidearm delivery a lot tonight, and it hasn't really worked out for him yet. The count now 3 balls and 2 strikes on Pavkovich. Rito puts down the sign. He moves away. Edgar Wines, here's the pitch, swing and a miss. He struck him out, got him on a changeup that time. That's strikeout number 2 in the ball game for Gonzalez. And with 1 away, now back to the top for Reggie Willits. Willits with a leadoff double to begin the ball game was eventually caught trying to come to home plate. Second baseman Alberto Callaspo fielded the ball off the bat of Darren Erstad and threw out Willits, even though he thought he was safe. And may have had an argument, a very good slide towards the back of home plate. Looked like he was tagged on the shoulder. The umpire didn't motion to the shoulder, but said, yeah, he got you on the shoulder before your hand got to home plate. Here's the line of the first pitch to Willits. He swings and it's a little flare down the left field line. Base hit, bouncing towards the corner. Over is Erickson to try and play that one back, but Willits is on his way to second. He has got another double. So a line drive down the right field line, his first time up. This one just a little flare inside out to left. And Willits in scoring position now for Casey Smith. Defense for Tucson tonight. Barden, Drew, Callaspo, and Carter third to first around the infield, pretty standard. But Erickson, Young, and Perez left to right in the outfield. And it'll be interesting to see how that trio plays together. Usually Erickson or Perez will be out there, but very odd to see both of them. Smith laid down a sacrifice bunt his first time, and he takes a big breaking ball over at the knees for a called strike. And the count is 0-1. Smith, you think of him as just a reserve coming off the bench, filling in here or there. But he's batting almost .300. He is at .296, and he has driven in 13 runs. Edgar with the 0-1 pitch coming home. Another breaking ball, grounded deep in the hole at short. Drew will backhand it. He turns, throws to Carter, in time to get Smith. And there's 2 away. You know, having Stephen Drew on the pregame show today, I really did want to ask him about his defense. And Stephen was the first to say, you know, this game has changed. It's so much about home runs and RBIs and run production now. And don't get me wrong, those things are important. But defense is still such a vital part of this game. And, you know, you read the scouting reports on Drew, and it's all about what he'll do offensively. Defensively, I think I have been so impressed with him, maybe more impressed than anybody this season, partly because nobody talked about it. Here's the first pitch to Erstad, and a fastball is over the outside corner for a strike. And the count is 0-1. Drew is one of those guys that just seems to glide to the baseball, no matter where it is. Even moving deep into the hole, where he is exerting a lot of energy, it just seems so simplistic for him. 0-1 the count to Erstad. And Edgar's pitch home, breaking ball up and in. And the count is now 1 ball and 1 strike. Good to have Drew back on the pregame show today. Hadn't had him on for a while. In fact, the last time we had Steven on was the second game of the season after he had homered in his first AAA at bat. 1 ball, 1 strike. Willits away from second base. Edgar checks him and deals. And Erstad hits a line drive right to Drew at short, who makes a little jump, brings it down, and the inning is over. No runs, a hit, no errors, and a man left. We'll head to the bottom of the third. It is Tucson 3 and Salt Lake 0.
Hello, this is Sherry Espinoza, one of the many professionals who work on the Paul Ash Management team here in Tucson. Paul Ash Management Company offers a variety of luxury apartment rentals for every budget and lifestyle. Whatever area of town you're looking for, Paul Ash Management has quality apartments managed by people who care about you. Visit our website soon and tour all of our communities online at paulashmgt.com, or stop by and visit any of our communities throughout Tucson for what we like to call the complete package. We know you'll like what you see. For a luxury Eastside rental, call me at the Tanca Verde Apartments at 886-8469.
The Maverick is where Tucson comes together for live country music. The Maverick, where great prices are down to earth, a dance floor that stretches across the club, and a private bar and lounge to relax your feet. The Maverick still is and always will be the king of clubs. It's country done right and live 5 nights a week. The Maverick, where pickups, Harleys, and Ferraris come together on Tanca Verde next to Cove Road.
Now that the Sidewinder season is underway, see what Catch More Than a Game truly means by reserving your next company, school, association, or religious organization picnic with the Sidewinders. We can host any size party from 25 people and up. We offer several private group areas around the ballpark with complete catering services. Find out why the best value in Tucson is also the easiest event you'll ever plan. Call the group department today at 434-1021. Catch More Than a Game as a group. Call today.
This is Cool 1450, home of Sidewinders baseball action.
Tucson 3, Salt Lake 0 as we go to the bottom of the third inning, and Alberto Callaspo will come up for a second look at Jeff Haberlow. And if you want to get technical about it, it's his third look at Haberlow, because Callaspo walked leading off the ball game and then was at the plate when Kenny Perez was caught stealing to end the second. So Callaspo with a walk, no official plate appearance tonight, and his hitting streak snapped last night in 11 games. In there from the left side, and now Haberlow is going to work from the stretch, even with nobody on base. Here comes his first pitch, way high and outside with a fastball, and the count 1 ball and no strikes. Now, if memory serves me correctly, Callaspo has not seen a strike yet tonight from Haberlow. He is not. Haberlow at the belt. Here comes his 1-0 pitch, way high and outside. That's off the glove of Mathis back to the backstop. And the count is now 2 balls and no strikes. Now, there was some wildness late in the game last night that cost Greg Jones, the Salt Lake closer, wild pitch that allowed Brian Barton to score from third base, the tying run in the 9th inning. And then this man, Callaspo, with a line drive to right center field with a game-winning sacrifice fly as Tucson went to 36-25 on the season. 2 balls, no strikes. Haberlow with a long look in at Mathis, and now Callaspo says, I'm tired of waiting, and backs out of the box. When we went off the air last night, we thought Tucson would have a 2.5-game lead over Las Vegas and a 6-game lead over Sacramento. Well, part of that was right. The other part, though, was terribly wrong. 2-0, outside with a fastball, 3-0 to Callaspo. Vegas did lose to Tacoma 18-8, so they are 2.5 games out, but Sacramento trailed 11-5 going to the 9th inning, scored 6 runs to tie, and then scored a run in the 10th to win it. Here's the 3-0 pitch. Not even close. Ball 4, and Callaspo draws another walk. So for some reason, Haberlow can't throw strikes to Callaspo. Third walk that Jeff Haberlow has issued. And now here is Chris Young, who got ahead of the count his first at bat, but Haberlow came back to strike him out. So Sacramento with that win goes back over 500. They're 30-29. They remain 5 games off the pace. Now I'll tell you, there are a lot of people around this league who still think that Sacramento is really the team to watch in this division. Here comes the first pitch to Young. Breaking ball over the inside corner for a strike, and it's 0-1. Now, it's taking nothing away from the Sidewinders in Vegas, but I think people are merely saying, watch out, Sacramento is not dead. Even though they haven't played great yet, keep an eye on them. They know how to win. They know how to make a late-season push, and they may just do that again. 0-1 the count, and a toss over to first, then Callaspo diving back to the bat. Now, Chip Hale's point, and I think it's a good one, has been, listen, first of all, it's June 9th, so it's too early to be scoreboard watching, but Then again, scoreboard watching is so much fun, especially from up here. Chip can do what he wants. We'll keep an eye on the scoreboard. But his point is, we have to win games. And if we win games, everything will be okay. The 0-1 pitch to Young. He swings, and it's a pop-up left side, backing out of play. And the count, no balls and 2 strikes. And I think that's a good philosophy from Chip Hale. You know, Brian Barton said it on the pregame show yesterday. It's hard not to pay attention. You want to see what other teams are doing, especially when you're in first place and you have a chance to put some distance between yourselves and them. But at the same time, if you keep winning ball games, it doesn't matter if they keep winning. You keep that lead. And that's what Chip Hale wants to do. Just continue to win. No balls, 2 strikes on Young. Haverlow ready, and the pitch to the plate. Fastball swung on and missed. Strike 3, and for the second consecutive at bat, Young strikes out. So whatever it is about the top 2 hitters in the lineup, I don't know. But Haverlow can throw a strike to Cayaspo. He can do nothing but throw strikes to Chris Young. Second strikeout of Young, second strikeout in the ball game for Haverlow. And Haverlow tonight has been behind 9 of the first 11 hitters that he has faced. So Young strikes out, 1 out in the inning. Now here is Stephen Drew. Drew hit the ball hard, but right to Howie Kendrick in the first inning, grounded into a double play. And the pitch, sinking fastball low and outside. And the count, 1 ball and no strikes. Already there is some activity down in the Salt Lake bullpen. They have a left-hander up and throwing. Well, Haverlow, if you look at his first 2 starts, has gone 4 innings and 5 innings. Just in the 3rd inning tonight, but he's already given up 3 runs, and his pitch count is climbing after a long 2nd inning. Cayaspo away from the bag, and the 1-0 pitch to Drew is a strike over the outside corner around the belt, and the count now 1-1. Well, if the early portion of this ball game is any indication, there is going to be a high strike zone tonight. Now, it's been on both sides so far, but pitches up around the belt and slightly above the belt have been strikes. Those down around the knees have not been called. Here's the 1-1 pitch. Another toss over to first, and Cayaspo dives back into the bag. Haverlow really paying a lot of attention to Cayaspo, even though Alberto has really slowed his running pace. But you never know, and Haverlow not exactly quick to home plate. Mentioned that earlier. Kenny Perez caught stealing, but that was more a product of him slipping on his first step. Haverlow at the belt. There goes Cayaspo. 1-1 pitch, swung on, taken down the left field line. Willett hustling over. He's going to get there near the line to make the catch. And Cayaspo will have to retreat to first, and that's a shame because Cayaspo had such a good
secure the deal in the bottom of the sixth. So we knew once that game was over that we could go all the way.
1-1 bounces in front of home plate to Carter, and the count 2 balls and 1 strike. And I wonder for you personally, I mean, and obviously no doubting Kat Osterman, great pitcher, but all the hype, front page of USA Today and everything else, does that add a little more fuel to your fire when you go out there to pitch against her?
No, I don't worry about it at all. I mean, there's nothing that I can do about that. I can't control the hype that she gets. I mean, she obviously deserves it because she puts up some amazing numbers and, has led her team all the way to Oklahoma City. But, we came home number 1, and that's all that really matters to me.
Carter swings and pops one up into shallow left, and the shortstop Casey Smith goes out to make the play. And with 1 down, Brian Barton now will come to the plate as we visit with Alicia Hollowell here in the booth tonight, just back from Oklahoma City as the Wildcats win the national championship. You guys went on after that and you played Tennessee, and you came up short in your first game against Tennessee, had to come back and beat them again. What was the attitude after that first game against the Volunteers, knowing now you were in a do-or-die situation?
We knew it was do or die, but we also had some really good looks at Monica Abbott, their pitcher, in the last inning, and, we almost pulled it out in that 7th inning, so we just wanted to come out and, start at that point in the first inning, and we did that, putting up a couple runs.
Barton hits a ground ball to short. Smith picks that one up, throws on to first, and just like that, there is 2 away, and that'll bring Matt Erickson to home plate. I know everybody's talked about your performance and how well you pitched the entire time. I thought something that was mentioned from time to time, and I wanted to ask you about it. Maybe were you a little bit more fresh this time around? I know Coach Candrea picked some spots during the season to rest you a little bit. Did you feel better going into this World Series?
I felt really fresh going into this World Series, and I have to give a lot of credit to Tara Millett. We pretty much split every game 50-50, this year. Throwing every other game. This was the best I felt going into the postseason.
Matt Erickson looked at one low and outside, ball 1. The top of your order was unbelievable. Caitlin Lowe, an autumn champion. I know they put up the stats a couple of times, the difference from last year to this year. They seemed like they were on base every single time.
They really were. They have such amazing speed and, to put pressure on the defense, and they're such great leaders.
Erickson swings, grounds it to second base. It's picked up by Howie Kendrick, and the Sidewinders are done very quickly here in the 4th inning. Can he hang out for another half inning?
Yeah, absolutely.
All right, we'll take a break. We'll come back. More of this game, more with Alicia Hollowell coming up. Tucson 3, Salt Lake 2, and we're back to the ballpark right after this.
Morning, Red.
Good morning, Speedy. You're looking kind of tired and run down.
Well, it's tough working out here on the streets every day. How do you keep so fresh looking?
Simple, Speedy. The Simonize Car Wash.
The Simonize Car Wash?
Yep, my owner takes me to Simonize every week for a full-service car wash. That's how he keeps me looking like brand new all of the time.
So that's your secret, the Simonize Car Wash.
The professionals at Simonize know exactly how to take care of you, and at Simonize's 7 convenient locations, your satisfaction is always guaranteed.
Move over, Red. I'm heading to Simonize.
Film Creations Limited has provided Southern Arizona and the world with high-quality, low-cost video production for over 25 years. Our full-service facility features a multitude of digital editing and production toys designed to make you look better than your competition. Not to mention, Film Creations offers clients the option of producing all of their commercials, training videos, and marketing videos in high definition for the same price our competitors charge for standard def. So when you see something you like, chances are Film Creations did it. Give us a call at 624-4444 or visit us at filmcreations.com. Back for its 4th season, it's the Little Snakes Sidewinders Kids Club for ages 3 through 12. Membership in the club is $5, and kids receive a membership T-shirt and card, as well as free admission to 13 Kids Club games and 1 bonus fireworks game. Discount pricing on Kids Corner activities and Team Shop merchandise will be available during the Kids Club games. Members will also be invited to an exclusive mid-season party with Sidewinders players. Call 434-1021 for more information. Don't delay. Call today and join the Little Snakes Sidewinders Kids Club.
You're hearing Sidewinders baseball action on Cool 1450.
Back here at Tucson Electric Park, Sidewinders lead Salt Lake by a score of 3-2 as we go to the top of the 5th inning. And Alicia Hollowell is with us here in the booth, fresh off leading the Arizona Wildcats to a national championship in Oklahoma City as they beat Northwestern 2-0 in the championship series and brought home the 7th national title for Arizona. And Alicia, I know Mike Candrea joked after the game that when he recruited you, you said to him, Coach, I'm going to win you a national title. He said, I didn't know it was going to take 4 years, but you finally got it done. I mean, for Coach Candrea, who is such an unbelievable coach and has been there so many times, and he's won before, but what did it mean to win that championship and fulfill that promise you had made to him?
It meant a lot because, just the standard at Arizona is to win national championships, so to be able to get that done and, know that, I had gotten one in my career felt really good.
Reggie Willits is leading off for Salt Lake, and he takes a breaking ball from Edgar Gonzalez in there, and the count, no balls and 1 strike. Do you feel like, you talk about the championships that Arizona has won. Do you feel like you needed one to be in the same conversation with the Jenny Finch and Nancy Evans and all the other great pitchers the U of A has had?
Yeah, definitely. Not necessarily just be considered a great pitcher, just to, be considered, a great team at Arizona, because it's just the standard. I mean, everyone wants to win a national championship. Almost every class has won one, and I wanted to be part of that history.
No balls and 2 strikes to count on Reggie Willits as he drives one foul down the right field line. Alicia Hollowell is our guest here in the booth tonight. Tucson and Salt Lake in Game 2 of this series. It's a 3-2 Sidewinder lead as Gonzalez winds and deals to Willits, and that's low and inside. And the count, 1 ball and 2 strikes. How much were you personally just running off adrenaline the entire series?
Oh, so much of the series was pure just adrenaline. It was so exciting, and just such big games that if you're not running on adrenaline, you're just not ready to go.
1 and 2, the count on Reggie Willits. Here's Gonzalez into the windup and the delivery home, and that's low and in with a slider, and the count is now 2 balls and 2 strikes. Anything in particular you thought was working for you? I mean, the rise ball, the changeup, anything that you thought was really a big plus for you in the series?
Pretty much, it was just all my pitches. I mean, there were some really great hitters that were playing in this series, so just trying to keep them all off balance and just using all my pitches wisely.
Here comes the 2-2 to Willits, swinging a little soft liner, and Barton makes a diving catch in foul territory. And Willits, another little flare, but this time Barton said, gets over to make the catch in foul territory. And there's one away, and now Casey Smith will come to the plate. All right, you go into the finals against Northwestern. It's the best 2 out of 3, which, by the way, I think is a good idea, considering the way it's been in the past. But you go out and play Northwestern, and we were talking during the break. Obviously, Northwestern hasn't been there before. You guys have. They looked to me like they were nervous in the first game. Did you guys sense that playing against them on the field?
A little bit, yeah, just because we put a lot of pressure on them early and forced them to make errors and just caused them to not play their game.
Ground ball down to third. Barton with a nice backhanded pitch, throws across, and just like that, there's 2 away. All right, take me into now the second game. You're pitching. You've got a big lead. 2 outs. Looks like it's about over, and suddenly hit. Bases are loaded. People are wondering, is Alicia a little bit tired? What are they going to have to do? What's going through your mind at that point?
I just knew that I needed to get them to hit a ground ball or hit something into my defense because, my players had my back, and just trying to get that last final out.
First pitch to Darren Erstad is in there for a strike, and the count is 0-1. Do you have any idea what you were thinking when the final out was recorded, or at that point is it just pure emotion?
It was just pure emotion, just pure excitement, just jumping up and down and celebrating, knowing it was finally over.
Slider down and in to Darren Erstad, and the count now 1 ball and 1 strike, a 3-2 Sidewinder lead here in the top of the 5th inning. 2 outs, nobody on base. Erstad is 0 for 2 in the ball game. And Gonzalez winds and deals, and a breaking ball is bounced down the first base line. Fair. Carter's got it. Feeds Gonzalez, who tags Erstad as he's going by, and the inning is over. Gonzalez wasn't going to beat him to the bag, but he was able to make the tag, and that'll do it in the 5th inning. Alicia, congratulations again to you and your teammates. It was a great run for you guys. Very happy for you. Great job in Oklahoma City.
Thank you.
All right, that's Alicia Hollowell of the Arizona softball team. Appreciate her joining us here tonight. We'll take a break. Come back with more right after this.
I need it quick.
Spring is a great time in Tucson and southern Arizona. And for everything you need for picnics, barbecues, and other outings, remember your friendly neighborhood Quick Mart store. At Quick Mart, your favorite brand of beer is on sale every day, and you'll always find weekly specials on soda, chips, and snacks. Remember, Quick Mart is always open for your last-minute party needs. And don't forget the ice. Quick Mart, serving Tucson for over 40 years, is a proud sponsor of U of A Athletics. Go Wildcats! Quick Mart, there's a store near you.
I need it quick. I need it quick.
Rocky Point's best-kept secret is the Peñasco del Sol Hotel. This breathtaking beachfront American-owned property is just 3.5 hours from Phoenix and Tucson and features 210 rooms and suites. Enjoy freshly prepared entrees in our restaurant, spend happy hour at our poolside cantina, lounge by our heated pool, or relax on the warm, sandy beaches of Rocky Point, Mexico. Planning a retreat? Our sales team will handle all the details. Call 1-800-259-6976 or visit hotelrockypoint.com.
This is Cool 1450, home of Sidewinders baseball action.
Juan Brito's leadoff for Tucson here in the bottom of the 5th inning, a 3-2 Sidewinder lead, and Jeff Haverlow ready to go to work. In the first pitch is a fastball over the inside corner for a strike, and the count is 0-1. Brito 0 for 1, hit a line drive off of Haverlow back in the second inning that ricocheted over to Elward at first base. And he was able to tag Brito going by. The 0-1 pitch, swinging a fly ball, hits the left field off the end of the bat. Willis cruising over towards left center will make the catch. And Brito retired, and there's one away. Off the bat for a moment, it looked like Juan had gotten a pretty good piece of it, but caught it out towards the end of the stick. He is 0 for 2. And now here is Kenny Perez, who had an RBI base hit to center back in that second inning. Carter with a 2-run homer, Perez with that base hit, the 3 Sidewinder RBIs tonight. Over on the Salt Lake side of things, Mathis with an RBI single and Elward with an RBI groundout. So here's Perez in there from the left side. Jeff Haverlow brings the handset to the belt, kicks and deals, and misses outside with Perez shortening the bunt. And the count 1 ball and no strikes. Well, Nathan Bland was up and throwing back in the second inning when Tucson got 3 runs off Haverlow. Since then, Haverlow has settled in. Here's the 1-0 pitch, and Perez takes high and outside with a fastball. 2 balls and no strikes. Watt Cayaspo leading off in the third inning, then retired Young, Drew, and Hairston. Set down the side in order in the fourth, and now gets Brito leading off in the fifth. Here comes the 2-0 pitch to Perez. Fastball for a strike on the outside corner, and the count now 2-1. So Haverlow now has retired the last 7 batters that he has faced. Looked like Tucson had him on the ropes there in the third inning, or in the second inning rather. Got the 3 runs, but denied a chance for more. The fastball misses high and outside. 3 balls and 1 strike. Tucson had 2 runs in, runners at the corners, nobody out. But then with 2 outs and a runner at third, it was Perez who came through with that base hit back up the middle. Then Kenny was caught stealing. Here's the 3-1 delivery home. That's up and in. Ball 4. Perez draws the walk. That's the 4th walk of the game that Haverlow has issued. Snaps his string of 7 in a row set down. And here is Cayaspo now, who has not seen a strike from Haverlow tonight. In 2 plate appearances, Cayaspo has seen 8 pitches, and none have been particularly close. So Cayaspo in there from the left side. 2 walks tonight after 2 walks last night. Boy, Cayaspo is climbing up the list in a hurry. He's now got 24 walks. Perez leading away from first base. And Haverlow's pitch, and Cayaspo looks at one low, and the count 1 ball and no strikes. Well, at least Haverlow's consistent. 9 pitches, 9 balls to Alberto Cayaspo. 3-2 game here in the bottom of the 5th inning. Perez leading away from first, caught stealing earlier, but don't be surprised if he takes off again. And the pitch, Cayaspo takes the strike, a fastball over the outside corner, the count now 1-1. Mentioned at the time that when Perez tried to steal second base in the second inning, he slipped on his first step, and that's what cost him. If he had gotten off to a clean start, he would have been easily at second base because Haverlow takes a long time to get rid of the baseball. Another throw over to first base. Perez goes scampering back in. Good crowd on hand here tonight for Military Appreciation Night. Fireworks to follow the ball game. They're out there on the left center field berm, right center as well. A lot of the reserve seats full, especially down the lines here at Tucson Electric Park. 1-1 the count to Cayaspo. Haverlow with a long pause and another throw over to first. And again, Kenny goes back in standing up. Perez, one of those guys that likes to put his hand up as he goes back in. Never really understood that. You've got a helmet on. I would think it would hurt worse to hit your hand than your helmet. Although I guess maybe just trying to protect the side of his face there as he goes back in. Hey, whatever works, just keep doing it. Perez has been playing well the last couple of nights. 1 ball, 1 strike. Mathis sets up away, and the pitch to Cayaspo is too far outside and high with a fastball. And the count 2 balls and 1 strike. Nobody throwing right now down in the Salt Lake bullpen, although I imagine if Haverlow allows Cayaspo to reach, somebody will probably start working again in a hurry. 2-1 the count. And Haverlow will throw over to first base, and again Perez goes back in standing up. Well, congratulations again to Alicia Hollowell and the Wildcat softball team for taking home the national championship, beating Northwestern. National championship number 7 for Mike Candrea at the U of A. And boy, has he done an outstanding job. Here comes the 2-1 to Cayaspo. That's low, and the count is now 3 balls and 1 strike. Well, Haverlow has had a pattern tonight against Cayaspo and Young. He walks Cayaspo and then strikes out Young. Can't throw a strike anywhere near the zone to Cayaspo. But then he's gotten Chris twice, and Young is out on deck now. 3-1 the count. Let's see if Chip Hale decides to start Kenny Perez here. Cayaspo doesn't swing and miss very much. He puts the ball in play. Kenny has his lead away from first base. He does run, and the pitch is swung on and bounced over the mound towards second. Kendrick has it come up on it, but makes the play, throws to first. Cayaspo is out. Perez will go to second. He's there with 2 away, and now Chris Young will come to the plate. So let's see if Young can get it turned around. 0 for 2 with a couple of strikeouts tonight. He has gone down swinging both times. Once in the first, once in the third. Young with his modest 5-game hitting streak on the line. Has been pretty hot over his last 20 games, batting .307, 7 home runs, 8 doubles, 23 RBIs, 14 runs in that time. Another guy that has enjoyed swapping spots in the batting order since Young has gone to the second spot. He's hitting .309. Haverlow at the belt. Here comes his pitch. Swing and a miss, and a breaking ball down and away. And the count, no balls and 1 strike. Of course, Young has really enjoyed hitting against right-handers this year. Before his 2 at-bats tonight, CY was hitting .333 against righties, just .143 against lefties. 0-1 the count. Kenny Perez a large lead away from second base. And Haverlow checks him once, kicks and throws. And that breaking ball is outside. Snap throw to second, and it goes into center field. Perez will get up and head to third base, and now he will be 90 feet away. That's going to be a throwing error on Jeff Mathis. I'll tell you what, Perez was getting a huge secondary lead, and Mathis made a pretty good throw, but Perez and the ball arrived at the same time, and Kenny slid into second base. It was almost like he was trying to break up a double play. Kendrick went down to a knee, and the ball went right through him into center field. So now 1 ball and 1 strike. Perez over at third base. And here comes the pitch to Chris Young. And that's swung on and popped up. Center field, Darren Erstad is right there. He will make the grab, and the inning comes to an end. No runs, no hits. There was an error, and 1 man left. We've played 5 innings tonight. It's Tucson 3 and Salt Lake 2.
Ancient Tucson, your mission should you choose to accept it is on Tuesday and Wednesday nights. Infiltrate the poker tables at Desert Diamond Casino Novelas Highway, and you can win your share of large sums of cash.
Every Tuesday night, you could win your share of $15,000 in Desert Diamond Casino's weekly poker tournament. Wednesdays, it's $10,000 up for grabs.
Cue the legal.
Tournament is limited to 120 players with pool based on minimum of 100 players. Buy-in Tuesday is 140 plus 20. Wednesday is 90 plus 20. Or 800 Desert Diamond Club points that equals 3,000 tournament chips. No rebuys allowed. Early bird hours do not guarantee a seat if already sold out. Plus, there'll be early bird bonuses up to 3 hours before the tournament. So register early. Come play poker. Tuesdays, you could win your share of $15,000. Wednesdays, your share of $10,000.
As usual, if you win large amounts of cash, please try not to draw attention to yourself. Oh, brother. Just stay self-destruct in 5 seconds.
Call 741-3541. Tuesdays and Wednesdays at Desert Diamond Casino Nogales Highway.
An enterprise of the Donna Automation.
The best family value in Tucson is coming to Tucson Electric Park on Tuesday nights. It's $2 Tuesday, and the name says it all. All general admission tickets on Tuesday nights are just $2. Plus, enjoy $2 food specials all season long. So get the family together and head on out to the ballpark for great Sidewinders baseball at a terrific price. $2 gets you in, and 2 more get you dinner. Tickets are available now at the box office, on the phone at 434-1021, or on the web at our official website, TucsonSidewinders.com. $2 Tuesdays in the Sidewinders, the best family value in town.
Tucson Sidewinders baseball action continues on Cool 1450.
Sidewinders 3, Salt Lake 2 as we go to the top of the 6th inning, and Howie Kendrick will lead off for the Bees against Edgar Gonzalez. Kendrick, just another ho-hum night for him. He is 2 for 2, a couple of singles. He scored a run in the 4th inning. You know, earlier when Kendrick came up, I was talking about how impressive he is at the plate, but one of the most impressive things is to listen to other players talk about Howie Kendrick. And just during batting practice today, I was talking to Chris Young about Kendrick, and Young has gotten to know Howie, playing in the Arizona Fall League and a couple of other places. And, you know, he was even saying just to watch him hit. You know, he said he's legit. I mean, he can hit at any level, and he finds ways to get on base. Chris Carter was talking about him before the game today. Said, hey, how about that guy? He just finds ways to get hits. Gonzalez into the windup. Here's his first pitch to Kendrick. Swing and a miss at a fastball, and the count 0-1. I'll tell you the other thing about Howie Kendrick is even when he gets behind in the count, even if he's down 0-2, by no means is it a sure out. he battles back very well. Here's the wind, the 0-1 pitch, and Kendrick swings and fouls it back into the screen. And lo and behold, look what we have. A count of no balls and 2 strikes. Kendrick, with his 2 hits tonight, has 5 in the series now. He went 3 for 5 last night. Here's the wind, the 0-2 pitch, swinging a line drive back up the middle, base hit center field. There you have it. Kendrick down 0-2 and then hammers a breaking ball right back up the middle. His 6th hit of the series. And Kendrick aboard to start the 6th inning. Now, the last time he had a leadoff single, it led to all kinds of problems. Let's see what happens here as Gourneau comes up. He is 1 for 2. He is grounded into a fielder's choice and singled tonight. Well, Portland and Sacramento are playing a doubleheader out at Raley Field. And I was looking at the line score for Game 2 instead of Game 1. So Game 1 of the doubleheader is in the top of the 9th inning with Portland and Sac tied at 2. So my apologies on that. They're going to play another one coming up. Here comes the pitch to Gourneau. Wave and a miss way out in front of a breaking ball. The count, no balls and 1 strike. Portland had a 2-0 lead going to the bottom of the 7th inning. Sacramento scored 2 runs to send it into extras. How frustrated are the Portland Beavers right now? They cannot buy a win. 0-1 the count on Gourneau. Kendrick away from first. He's stolen 6 bases this year. Gonzalez set, and the pitch, swing and a miss at a high fastball. Snap throw to first, and Kendrick dives back into the bag. Nathan Espy is at his 5th home run for Sacramento. Oh, and 2 the count on Nick Gourneau. Carter holding Kendrick at first base. Gonzalez with a long pause. And the pitch on the way. Swing and a miss. He struck him out. A high breaking ball. And Gourneau chased it. And on 3 pitches, he goes down on strike. That is the 4th strikeout of the night for Gonzalez. And with 1 away, now here is Jeff Mathis. Boy, Portland came in here, got swept, blew a 6-run lead in the 9th inning last night and lost. Had a 2-run lead going into the 7th inning, which is the 9th inning in a doubleheader. Got tied up. My goodness. Toss over to first and Kendrick back to the bag. There is good news for Portland. They just scored a couple of runs on a base hit by John Knott, so they now lead Sacramento 4-2, top of the 9th inning. Game 1. Here comes the pitch, and Mathis swings and pops it foul back and out of play off to the right. And the count, no balls and 1 strike. Sacramento, or rather Las Vegas, and Tacoma are now in the bottom of the 4th inning. Vegas has a 3-2 lead. Here it's 3-2. Sidewinders on top of the Bees. 1-run game last night. Tucson won it. They've been good in 1-run games this year. Edgar with the 0-1 to Mathis. Swinging a foul back over the screen, right side, and the count, no balls and 2 strikes. Tucson is now 13-4 when the game has been decided by 1 run. They lost that 1-run game in Fresno back on the 30th of May by a final of 3-2. But I'll tell you what, if you look at Tucson's record breakdown, they have a lot of ingredients that you need to be a really good team, a championship team. Here comes the 0-2 pitch. That's high with a fastball, 1 ball and 2 strikes. 13-4 in 1-run games, obviously a very good sign. Also, Tucson now, with their recent success, 22-11 at home this year, 14-14 on the road. That's really all you want to do away from home. Just be a 500 ball club and do your work in your home ballpark. Tossed over to first, and Kendrick will go back to the bag. Tucson comes in tonight on a 5-game winning streak. They have a 2.5-game lead. That's their largest lead in the Pacific Southern Division, although those leads at this point of the season can be fleeting. I mean, we saw that when Tucson made their first appearance in first place, which lasted all of 1 day. Another throw to first, and again, Kendrick back to the bag. Tucson was a half game up, and you almost felt like breathing a sigh of relief, and then suddenly Tucson loses, Vegas wins, and there it goes. Tucson's back in second place again. But they've been in first place now for a while, and a 2.5-game cushion coming into tonight. Tight game here, 3-2, top of the 6th inning. The 1-2 pitch is on the way to Jeff Mathis, and he swings and pops it up right side, and that's going to get back into the seat. And Mathis will see another 1-2 offering from Edgar Gonzalez. Sidewinders had a couple of games that were close against Salt Lake early in the season before the Bees had big offensive breakouts late in those ball games. Bees won each of the first two series between these two teams, 3-1. Tucson winning last night. Salt Lake has been very good in the first game of a series. As Edgar's pitch is way outside, backhanded by Brito on a slider, and the count now 2 balls and 2 strikes. Salt Lake has played 16 series this year, and they are 13-3 in the first game. 2-2, the count to Mathis. Middle infield at double play depth as Gonzalez brings the hand set, kicks and deals, and a swing and a miss. Mathis goes down on strike, chasing a high fastball. Back-to-back strikeouts for Edgar. That's 5 punch-outs in the ballgame. And now here is Mike Elward, who has grounded out to short and grounded out to third. Diamondbacks tonight continuing their series against the Mets. And once again, the Mets doing a number on Arizona. It is 7-3 in the bottom of the 6th inning. New York on top. First pitch to Elward. Fastball missed outside, and the count 1 ball and no strikes. Carlos Beltran, David Wright, and Carlos Delgado have homered for New York. Craig Counsell and Chris Snyder have homered for Arizona. So all the usual suspects have left the yard for the Mets. And then Counsell and Snyder for the D-backs. Not the guys you would expect. Here's the 1-0 to Elward. That's low and outside with a breaking ball. And the count is now 2 balls and no strikes. Elsewhere in Major League Baseball tonight, Philadelphia and Washington are tied at 8. They're in the bottom of the 8th inning in D.C. St. Louis leads Milwaukee 10-6. They're in the bottom of the 9th inning in Miller Park. Bottom of the 9th at Coors, Dodgers lead the Rockies 3-0 as Elward swings and pops it back and out of play. And the count now 2 balls and 1 strike. Bottom of the 5th in San Diego, Padres on top of the Marlins 3-1. Bottom of the 6th in San Francisco, and it's the Pirates 3 and the Giants 2. Jason Bay is at his 19th home run. 2-1 the count on Mike Elward. Brito sets up inside, runner goes, pitch is swung on and fouled back into the screen, and the count now 2-2. Cubs won today. They beat Cincinnati 6-5. Greg Maddux wins his 7th game of the season. Adam Dunn and Scott Hatterberg homered for the Reds. Houston over Atlanta by a score of 7-2. Not that I want to pile on the Cub fans, but Kerry Wood went back on the disabled list today. He says he's not hurt, but he went back on the DL. You figure it out. 2-2 the count to Elward. Brito again moves inside. Gonzalez kicks and deals up and in with a fastball. The count 3-2, and now Kendrick is going to get a head start at first base. Wood is saying that the discomfort he has felt in his shoulder is all a natural part of the healing process and coming back from surgery. So he has to go back on the DL and get that worked out. Carter now will play behind Howie Kendrick at first. Gonzalez set. Kendrick ready to take off. There he goes, and Elward pops it up right back down below us. Over in the American League, they had a long rain delay at Yankee Stadium. They're in the top of the 9th inning with Oakland leading the Yankees 6-5. Bottom of the 10th inning in Minnesota, Orioles and Twins are knotted up at 5. White Sox beat Cleveland tonight 5-4. Seattle is on top of the Angels 3-0. They're in the bottom of the 5th inning. Here comes another 3-2 pitch to Elward with Kendrick on the move, and it's up and in, ball 4. And runners are going to be at first and second now for Corey Myers. So Myers, who is 0 for 2, will get a chance to drive home the tying run. Has 2 RBIs in a Salt Lake uniform. Nobody up and throwing for Tucson, down in the bullpen. Edgar trying to work his way through this 6th inning. Gave up a leadoff single to Kendrick, struck out Gorneau and Mathis before walking Elward. Here's the set and the first pitch home. Swinging a ground ball left side. Barton has it go off his glove. Drew's got it. He will throw to first. Carter stretches. The throw is late, and everybody is safe. Barton had to move far to his left, and that ball rolled up and off of his glove. Drew barehanded it behind Barton, and then double clutched his throw, and Carter had to come off the bag to scoop it. They're loaded up now for Pavkovich. And this is a big, big moment in this ball game right here. Bases loaded, 2 outs. If Edgar gets out of it, Tucson keeps the lead. If Pavkovich gets a base hit, Salt Lake most likely will be in the lead. That is the 8th hit of the ball game for the Bees. Well, Barton had to go a long way to his left. I don't want to infer at all that that was a routine play. I mean, he had to go way over. And it bounced up off the heel of his glove, but Drew wisely backing up, reached up with his right hand and caught it. But then had his double clutch before making his throw to Carter. And Carter was stretched out, was going to try and get that throw, but then you could almost see him thinking at the last moment, I better come off the bag. So he did. And now they're loaded up. Mike Parrott goes to the mound to have a quick word with Gonzalez before Pavkovich stands in. I'll finish up the scoreboard for you. Boston beat Texas 4-3. Papelbon over Cordero. Michael Young hit his 4th home run. Trot Nixon hit his 6th. Toronto beat Detroit 10-5. An 8-run 8th inning for the Blue Jays. And it was Kansas City winning, beating Tampa Bay 4-2. 3 in the bottom of the 8th for the Royals. All right, here's Pavkovich now. Bases loaded, 2 outs. Edgar from the stretch. Here comes the pitch. Swinging a line drive. Base hit into left field. This is going to score 1. Rounding third. Coming to the plate is Elward. The throw is cut off by Gonzalez. Elward scores. Throw to third. Myers is out. That's going to end the inning, but Salt Lake is taking the lead. A 2-run single for Adam Pavkovich. And Myers thrown out, trying to go to third as Gonzalez cuts the throw from Hairston. Threw back to Barton to end the inning, but Salt Lake is out in front. For the Bees in the 6th inning, 2 runs on 3 hits. No errors, and there will be 1 man left on base. We will go to the bottom of the 6th. It's the Bees 4 and the Sidewinders 3.
Hey, Sidewinders fans, while the race for the PCL Championship continues, the race for the Wireless Championship has been decided, and the winner is Singular. Only Singular has rollover, which allows you to keep your unused anytime minutes for an entire year, protects you from overage charges, and is simply the fairest value in wireless. And only Singular features the fewest drop calls of any wireless network in the country. And while we're talking about value, make sure you check out this great deal. Get $25 off any phone and a free accessory up to a $29.99 value with a new 2-year service agreement on any Singular phone. Just stop by Singular's booth at the ballpark during any Friday, Saturday, or Sunday home game at Tucson Electric Park, or visit one of their 5 Tucson store locations any day of the week. This offer is for a limited time, so make your switch to Singular today and start enjoying the benefits of the best wireless network in the country. Singular, raising the bar.
Whenever I am asked why La Parrilla Suiza has been so successful in Tucson, I tell them it is because of the unique flavors of Mexican cuisine as enjoyed in Mexico City. Each region of Mexico offers its own distinct style of special ingredients. La Parrilla Suiza is open 7 days a week with 3 Tucson locations. Call La Parrilla Suiza for reservations or to book your next party or group function. Bienvenidos a La Parrilla Suiza.
More Sidewinders action now on Cool 1450.
On we go to the bottom of the 6th inning. Salt Lake is going to bank a pitching change. This call to the bullpen brought to you by Singular Wireless. Watch the Sidewinders roll over the competition while you roll over your minutes. Visit Singular's booth on the concourse today, or visit one of their 5 Tucson locations 7 days a week. Singular, raising the bar. Lefty Nathan Bland has come on to work for the Bees. It's his 12th appearance of the year. Bland is 2-2 with a 6.38 ERA. In 24 innings, he's given up 34 hits, 20 runs, 17 earned. He has walked 8. He has struck out 15, and the league hitting .327 against him. So Bland on to work back of Haverlow, who now is going to be eligible for a win if the bullpen can hold on. Salt Lake out in front by a score of 4-3. That 2-run single from Adam Pavkovich to end the 6th inning. Myers thrown out, going to third base. 7-1-6 on the putout. So here is Stephen Drew to lead off against Bland. Drew tonight is 0 for 2. He's grounded into a double play and fly to left. Bland into the windup, and here comes his first pitch, and Drew will take a fastball over the outside corner for a strike. And the count is 0-1. Now, Stephen, as we told you last night, has hit better against lefties this year than righties. He is a .339 hitter against southpaws, .296 against right-handers. Here's the wind, the 0-1 pitch to Drew, and he takes over the inside corner for a strike. And the count quickly, 0-2. So a 4-3 Salt Lake lead. Boy, last night's game was an absolute classic with Tucson scoring 2 in the bottom of the ninth Tonight another back and forth affair. Tucson out to a 3-0 lead, but they have not scored since. Here's the 0-2 pitch from Bland, and a sidearm slider goes off the glove of Mathis back to the screen. And the count, 1 ball and 2 strikes. Final line on Jeff Haverlow tonight, 5 innings. He gave up 4 hits and 3 runs. They are all earned. He walked 4 and struck out 2. 1 ball, 2 strikes to Stephen Drew. Bland with a long look in, and now Drew is going to back out of the box. Then you go back to that second inning. At that point, it looked like Tucson was ready to pound Haverlow into submission. The 1-2 pitch to Drew. Here's a ground ball down to first. Elworth's got it. He's going to race to the bag, and he will beat Drew by a step. 3 unassisted on the putout, and there's 1 away, and Steven is 0 for 3 tonight. So with 1 away, here comes Scott Hairston. Hairston started the rally in the second inning with a double down the left field line, but then fly to right. He is 1 for 2. And you got to give credit to Haverlow, who was able to come back after that rough second inning. Where really, if you want to look at it, he only retired 1 batter. Erickson was out trying to advance to second on a pitch in the dirt. Brito hit a line drive off of Haverlow. Then ricocheted over to Elworth for an out, and then Perez was caught stealing. Walked Tyaspo leading off in the third inning, but then retired 7 in a row before walking Perez, but then got Tyaspo and Young to end the 5th inning. And he exits, and now Bland is in, retiring Drew to start the frame. And now Hairston will step up, but first Mathis walks out to the mound to have a word with Nathan Bland. They want to get together on what they want to do here against Scott Hairston. Well, how about this? The frustrations continue for Portland. After they scored 2 in the top of the ninth to take a 4-2 lead, Sacramento has scored 2 in the bottom of the ninth. They're now tied at 4. Here's Bland into the windup, and the pitch on the way to Hairston. And that's in there at the knees for a strike, and the count is 0-1. 9 hits tonight for Salt Lake, just 4 for Tucson, and they all came in that second inning. Here's the line from Bland, and the 0-1 delivery coming to Hairston. That's inside with a fastball. And the count is now 1 ball and 1 strike. Well, I can't imagine what it's like in that Portland clubhouse right now. I really can't. And they might lose another one to Sacramento in game 1 of the doubleheader. Here comes the 1-1 pitch. That's low and inside, and the count now 2 balls and 1 strike. Sacramento trailing the Sidewinders by 5 games in the standings at the start of play tonight. Here comes the windup, and the 2-1 pitch on the way to Hairston. That's swung on and chopped foul down the third base line. And the count will go to 2 balls and 2 strikes. Chris Carter out on deck for the Sidewinders. Carter already has a 2-run homer tonight. I was talking to Brian Barton on the pregame show yesterday. He said that playing Salt Lake, like a possible playoff preview in the way these first 2 games have gone, it feels like a playoff series. Especially tonight with a big crowd on hand to watch this ball game. They've seen a good one so far. The 2-2 pitch to Hairston in the dirt. And the count is now 3 balls and 2 strikes. Just a slight breeze here tonight. Won't affect any of the fly balls. Blowing from left field over towards right field. As Bland reads the catcher Mathis, ready for the payoff pitch to Scott Hairston. And here it comes. Swing and a foul. That was off the catcher Mathis, rolling back into the backstop. And we'll do it again at 3-2. I told you earlier in the game that Meiser as Turris was called back to Anaheim today. But at last report, Anaheim had not activated his Turris. The thought is that Eric Ibar will be sent back down, although that's not official. But if that's the case, if it does become official, Ibar could be here in Tucson by the end of this series. Here's the wind, the 3-2 pitch to Hairston, swinging a pop-up off to the right out of play. And the count will hold at 3 balls and 2 strikes. Remember, earlier in the year, they had Ibar and Kendrick as the top 2 guys in the order. That was a lethal combination. Ibar, when he departed for the big leagues, was at the top of the leaderboard as far as hits go in the PCL. He was right up there. Kendrick, of course, leading the league in batting. They both went to the big league. Kendrick has since returned as Hairston lines this one foul down the right field line. And it's still 3 balls and 2 strikes. Guess what? Sacramento just won in the bottom of the ninth inning. A base hit by Doug Clark, and Sacramento beats Portland in game one of the doubleheader by a score of 5-4. 2 in the bottom of the seventh to tie it, 3 in the bottom of the ninth to win it. And the frustrations for the Beavers continue. They're now a 500 ball club. Another 3-2 pitch to Hairston. Swing and a high pop-up. Shallow center field. Out is the shortstop Casey Smith, and he will make the one-handed grab. Hairston is out, and there's 2 away. So a long battle between Hairston and Bland. But he pops out, and now here is Carter. Carter homered his first time in against Haverlow, then popped up to short. So Carter 1 for 2 tonight. Ready for his first look here at Nathan Bland. In the bottom of the sixth inning, a 4-3 Salt Lake lead. Bland has retired the first 2 hitters he has faced. Rowenhorst was good out of the bullpen last night. Here comes the pitch to Carter. That's outside all the way back to the screen. The count 1 ball and no strikes. Rowenhorst came on behind Mosley last night, pitched the 7th and 8th innings, only gave up 2 hits and did not allow a run. Greg Jones came on to work the 9th inning and blew the save opportunity, the 7th save that he has blown this year. Here comes the 1-0 pitch to Carter. That's swung on and missed. The home run cut from CeCe, and the count now 1 ball and 1 strike. A's finished off the Yankees in New York 6-5. Baltimore and Minnesota still playing in the 11th inning. They are tied at 5. Here's the wind and the 1-1 pitch coming home to Carter. Swinging a ground ball, left side, backhanded, in the hole and dropped by the shortstop Smith, and Carter is going to have a base hit. Smith ranged deep into the hole, went down to a knee to try and backhand it, but it popped right in and out of his glove, and so Carter has his second hit of the night. And some 2-out hope for Tucson here in the 6th inning as Brian Barden comes up. Barden is 0 for 1 tonight, rounding out the shortstop. But he is 12 for his last 20 at the plate. He has hit in 12 of his last 15 games, 9 multi-hit games in that span. Barden in there with that straight up and down stance from the right side. And Bland from the stretch for the first time. Throws a fastball off the outside corner. The count 1 ball and no strikes. Barden with 31 RBIs on the season. He is creeping up the Sidewinder leaderboard. In fact, right now, Barden is 4th on the team, behind Hairston, Drew, and Young. Here comes the 1-0 pitch home. That's outside with a changeup, and the count is now 2 balls and no strikes. And, you look at Barden, who got off to such a terrible start this year, struggled so badly in the month of April. But right now, he has 66 hits. Now, keep in mind, the league leader in hits has 75. So Barden is really not that far off the pace. Last year, he was 4th in the PCL with 159 hits. Here's the 2-0. That's up high with a changeup. And the count is now 3 balls and no strikes. So let's see if Barden gets turned loose, 3-0. Carter leads away from the bag. Elward plays right in front of him. Bland looking in, reading Mathis. Now stares over at Carter as he brings the handset. And the 3-0 pitch way high and outside, ball 4. And Barden is drawing a walk. So runners at first and second now. And Matt Erickson will come to the plate. Erickson has singled and grounded out to second tonight. And a big chance for him with 2 outs. If he can come through with a base hit and drive home his 8th run of the season, Tucson will have tied the ball game. Bland ready. And here comes the pitch. Erickson takes the fastball high, and the count 1 ball and no strikes. Erickson this year is a .267 hitter against left-handed pitching. He is 4 for 15. He has 1 RBI. 4-3 Salt Lake, bottom of the 6th inning. Bland with the high set. He kicks and deals, and Erickson swings, and it's a soft line drive to center field. That's the base hit. Coming to third is Carter. They're going to wave him around. Erstad won't even throw it in. Carter will score, and we are tied at 4. And another rally for Tucson that started with 2 outs and nobody on base. And Matt Erickson with his 8th RBI of the season. So a big hit for Matt Erickson. And Erstad never even looked at home plate. He just flipped it into second. And Carter, running hard as he always does, was able to score easily. Now runners at first and second base. 2 outs. Juan Brito is at the plate. Brito is 0 for 2. Line drive And a fly ball to left, and he takes a sinking fastball in at the knees for a strike, and the count is 0-1. You wonder how different this game might be if Brito's line drive not deflected off Haverlow back in the second inning, because it would have scored a run and maybe would have opened the floodgates to a 5, 6, or 7 run inning. 0-1 to Brito is high and outside, and the count 1 ball and 1 strike. But can't worry about that now. All we can look at is what has happened in the ball game. And Tucson with some big hits here to tie it. And now Brito trying to put him out in front. 1-1 the count. Mathis sets up inside. And here comes the pitch. Swinging a pop-up right side. That'll be back into the seats. And the count is now 1 ball and 2 strikes. Diamondbacks put up 3 runs in the bottom of the 6th inning, so they have made it closer against the Mets. It's now 7-5 New York as they go to the top of the 7th up in Phoenix. 1-2, the count to 1, Brito. Another guy that has been very, very hot as of late. Bland with the high set. Checks back at Barton. And here comes the pitch. Swinging a foul back towards the backstop. Brito with a 5-game hitting streak on the line. He has also reached base in 15 consecutive ball games. Has not been on yet tonight. 1-2 the count to him. Juan sitting at 13 RBIs. Number 14 would be a big one. Barton standing at second base. Bland with a long look in, and now ready to go. His 1-2 pitch is on the way, and Brito ropes it foul down the third base line. And we'll see another 1-2 pitch. Tavkovich, the third baseman, off the line a little bit. Now walking a couple of steps over towards the line. Outfield is straight away against Brito. Barton getting a big lead away from second base. Nobody even in the neighborhood. Nobody worried about him. Erickson walking away from first. Here comes another 1-2 pitch from Bland. It's on the way to Brito, and that's swung on and popped up. Mathis coming back towards the Salt Lake dugout. Will he have room? No. He got caught up on the railing as that ball bounced and went back into the crowd. Thought Mathis was going to have a play on it, but as he got over, he ran into that railing, and the ball was able to elude him. So Brito gets second life. The count of 1 ball and 2 strikes. A 4-4 game here in the bottom of the 6th inning. Brito waits on Bland. He's ready now. And here comes the pitch. Swing and a pop-up. This one off to the left, and that's going to get out of play. And still 1 ball and 2 strikes. Yeah, this has been a long inning with Hairston battling against Bland before finally popping up. Carter then had the infield single. Barton drew the walk. Erickson with the base hit to tie the game. And now Brito battling against Bland. Nobody throwing down in the Salt Lake bullpen. Kenny Perez out on deck, and now Bland steps off the rubber and wants Mathis to go through the signs again. Brito back in the box. Bland still staring in, now picks out one he likes. And the 1-2 delivery again will be on the way, and it's swung on and tapped slowly over the mound towards short. Brito hustling. Here's the throw to first. It's in the dirt. It gets away. Rolling behind him. In to score is Barton, and Tucson has taken the lead. A slow chop over the mound hit by Brito, and Smith came on to pick it up. His throw was low. Elwer couldn't dig it out, and Barton never stopped running, and he came in to score. It's a 5-4 game. No RBI for Brito, but Tucson will take it. And all the way over to third goes Erickson. Hope nobody had dinner reservations tonight. Now Kenny Perez is going to come up after Charles Nagy heads out to the mound. Boy, Brito was going to have no chance to beat that out. I mean, Juan's still coming back from that hamstring injury, and he'll tell you he feels great, but, I mean, he was going to be out by 5 feet with a decent throw, and Smith just threw it into the ground, maybe rushed it a little bit more than he had to, and Elwer couldn't backhand it, and Barton just never stopped running. Well, Nagy done with his conference on the mound. He goes back to the dugout. Now here's Kenny Perez. So after 2 out and nobody on base, Tucson has had a couple of hits, a walk, and an error. And here's Perez, who has singled and walked tonight. His first chance to bat right-handed. After his first couple of times up, he was in from the left side against Haverlow. A 5-4 Tucson lead now. And Bland kicks and deals to Perez. And that fastball is high and outside. And the count, 1 ball and no strikes. Kenny Perez with 15 RBIs, make it 16 after his single in the second inning. 1-0 the count to him. Erickson walking down the line at third. Brito is short lead over at first base. And the pitch, Perez takes the changeup in there for a strike. And the count is now 1-1. Dodgers won in Colorado, a 3-0 win. Brad Penny goes to 7-1. BK Kim, former Diamondback, took the loss. He's 3-4. How about that? A shutout at Coors. Here's the 1-1 pitch to Kenny Perez. Up high, checked his swing, and the count is now 2 balls and 1 strike. Brad Penny went 8 1/3 innings, gave up 5 hits, struck out 5 and walked 2. Takashi Saito came in and finished it out. Of course, Eric Gagne still not ready to pitch for L.A. Here's a toss over to first, and Brito will walk back to the bag. Gagne felt some discomfort in his elbow after pitching the other night. Said he might have done it turning over his changeup too hard, so he's not going to pitch for the next couple of days. They weren't worried about him going on the DL, but just said he wouldn't be able to go. And Saito, meanwhile, comes in and gets the save. Here comes the 2-1 pitch to Kenny Perez. Swing and a miss, a home run cut. And the count is now 2 balls and 2 strikes. Boy, Kenny was trying to hit his second home run of the year. His only home run of the year came right-handed. It was in Round Rock. And he was going for number 2 right there and just came up empty against Bland. Now, the count 2 balls and 2 strikes. Runners with their leads at first and third. And Bland will toss over to first base, and again, Brito will head back to the bag. Not sure how much good can come from throwing over to first base with Juan Brito over there. I can guarantee you Juan is not going anywhere. And that is a 100% guarantee. He will not run unless the count is 3-2 with 2 outs. So it seems like all you could accomplish is something bad, maybe throwing it away. Here's the 2-2 on the way to Kenny Perez, and he swings and pops it up off to the right and out of play. And the count holds at 2 balls and 2 strikes. Brito again leads away from first, and Erickson down the line at third. 2-2 the count. And the pitch. Swing and a tapper foul, third base side. And we'll do it again at 2 balls and 2 strikes. Well, this inning has been a long one. Both the top and bottom. Salt Lake with 2 runs in the top of the 6th inning to claim a 4-3 lead. Tucson has answered back with 2 in the bottom of the 6th, leading now 5-4. And another 2-2 pitch will be coming up to Kenny Perez. It's on the way. It's swung on and hit in the air, right center field. Darren Erstad cruising back, calling everybody off. He'll make the catch, and the inning is over. Tucson, though, gets a couple of runs on 2 hits. There was an error in the inning, and 2 men left on base. We will head to the top of the 7th. It is Tucson 5 and Salt Lake 4.
So, Dex. Yeah? I hear you know about lots of stuff. I know my share. So you know doctors. Yep. Business hours. Credit cards. Yeah. Places with 9 types of exotic cheese. Where plastic flamingos are in season. 10-4, good buddy. Bet you don't know the capital of Malaysia. Yeah, that's not really in the job description.
Dex delivers the most complete local info any way you like it. In print, on CD-ROM, or at DexOnline.com.
I do have a Kuala Lumpur burger.
You got it.
I did? What'd I get?
Dex, the one that gets used. Dex knows.
Here at Hyundai's Proving Grounds, we subjected our Tucson and Santa Fe to a series of grueling all-weather trials. Now it's your turn to drive. Announcing the Hyundai Challenge, a bold invitation to compare our award-winning SUVs to Honda and Toyota. With Hyundai, you get quality backed by America's best warranty, 10 years, 100,000 miles, and you save thousands. The versatile Tucson, the family-friendly Santa Fe. 2 more reasons to visit our best proving ground. Your Hyundai dealer. See dealer for limited warranty details.
Looking for Sidewinders apparel and collectibles? Visit the team shop at Tucson Electric Park and browse our new selection of blankets, t-shirts, hats, jerseys, and more today. Can't make it to the game? Stop by the Sidewinders office on the west side of the stadium Monday through Friday, 10 to 5 p.m. to purchase your merchandise. And now fans can purchase Sidewinders gear from anywhere by visiting the online team shop at TucsonSidewinders.com. At the ballpark or on the web, the Sidewinders team shop has what you're looking for. So stop by or log on today.
You're hearing Sidewinders baseball action on Cool 1450.
Back here at Tucson Electric Park, we head to the top of the 7th inning tonight. Tucson is going to bring on Jeff Bajanero to work against Salt Lake. It'll be the top of the B's order coming up in the 7th inning. Numbers on Bajanero, 3-2 with a 3.90 ERA. It's going to be his 26th appearance of the year. He has worked 30 innings, given up 26 hits, 17 runs, 13 earned. He's walked 17, struck out 33, and the league hitting .234 against him. So Bajanero on to work, and more guests in the booth tonight. Our friends at the U.S. Army have joined us, of course, here on Military Appreciation Night. And Second Lieutenant DeLuce is here with us in the booth. And it's good to have you guys out, Military Appreciation Night. And I know that you guys are very busy, as always, finding new folks to sign up and join the cause, huh?
Absolutely.
All right. Well, good to have you guys here tonight. I want to talk about some of the things that you guys are doing as Reggie Willits stands in. Willits is 2 for 3, couple of doubles, and he is lined out to third base. And he will get his first look here at Bajanero. Ready to go against Willits. Brito sets up inside. And the pitch. Willits shortens the bunt and takes a fastball that is high. And the count 1 ball and no strikes. So tell us what's new. Tell us what's going on with the U.S. Army.
Well, this Wednesday, June 14th, the United States Army is going to be celebrating its 231st birthday.
Wow.
So festivities are going to be kicking off at 5:45 a.m. at Reed Park, Pavilion 7 off of 22nd Street. Veterans, current service members, and civilians are all invited to attend.
Willits swings and pops one up. Barden puts it away at third base, and there is one out here in the 7th inning. What kind of festivities will be going on over there for the 231st birthday? That's a big one.
Right.
That has some good stuff going on.
Absolutely. We're going to be hosting a 5K fun run. There's going to be a rock wall there, food and beverages, and a cake cutting ceremony, and that all kicks off at 0600.
All right, explain it. See, here's my problem with the concept of fun run. Those words don't go together in my vocabulary. The first pitch to Smith, misses low and outside, ball 1. You guys like to run.
That's right.
Come on.
Well, the Tucson Recruiting Company, they're going to be running. It's going to be competitive. But for anyone else, it's going to be a fun run.
1-0 pitch is up high. The count now 2 balls and no strikes. How time you get those guys up to run at?
When they're in basic training, they're normally up by about 4:45 a.m.
I haven't seen 4:45 in a while. I'm not quite sure what that looks like. Here's the 2-0 pitch. Low, and the count is now 3 balls and no strikes to Casey Smith. So you got the fun run, you got the rock wall, and everybody's invited to come out that's in the Army.
Absolutely, or even civilians.
All right.
Yes.
Very nice. Very nice. 3 balls and no strikes to count. And Bajanero's pitch to Smith. That's a fastball right down Broadway, and the count now 3-1. How's the recruiting effort going? I know that's big for you guys as you try and bring in new kids. How is the recruiting effort? Actually,
it's going very, very well in light of our current situation.
Here's the 3-1 pitch, swinging a foul back into the screen, 3-2. Enlighten us on the current situation.
Well, given the environment over in Iraq and Afghanistan, a lot of people are concerned with enlisting in the Army simply because of the danger that they feel it might pose.
Here comes the 3-2 pitch home, swinging a foul back over the screen. And we'll do it again at 3 balls and 2 strikes. Casey Smith is at bat. Darren Erstad is out on deck. And yet you were telling me before we went on that every year about 73,000 sign up for the Army?
As a matter of fact, our recruiting goal per year is about 80,000. And last year we had about 73,000 people.
There's a line drive into center field. Chris Young is right there to make the catch. And Bajanero, after falling behind 3-0, comes back to retire Smith. And there's 2 outs. Now, are you guys competitive in terms of recruiting against the Navy and the Air Force and that?
No, because you have to understand, we're all working towards a common cause.
Sure.
So it can get competitive, but we're all working as a team. We have a goal, and our goal is to defend this nation.
Here's Darren Erstad to stand in against Bajanero. And Jeff's first pitch is a fastball that misses outside, and the count 1 ball and no strikes. Well, before this inning ends, I want to take time to certainly say to you guys as representatives of the Army, thank you for all that you guys do. And I know that there are a lot of people, regardless of politics or whatever, who are very proud of what you guys do everywhere as Erstad swings and misses, and the count 1 ball and 1 strike, and I know it can be tough on you guys at times, but I imagine there also are the positive things that come out of it when people do stop to say, thanks very much for what you do.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. People are very respectful of what we do, and it's a good feeling, to be perfectly honest.
1-1 pitch is over the outside corner. The count 1 ball and 2 strikes. You know what's funny to me is I think sometimes people think that, well, if you're going to be in the Army, you have to agree with all the politics and things going on. You guys, you're doing your job, what you are asked to do no matter what, right?
Exactly. We are here to defend the Constitution, make sure that our nation is protected both domestically and internationally, and so that's our job.
Erstad with a check swing, fouls it off to the left. The count 1 ball and 2 strikes here on Erstad. Sidewinders leading by a score of 5-4 here in the top of the 7th inning on Military Appreciation Night at the ballpark. Aginero trying to finish off Erstad here. The lefty waits. Here comes the pitch. Swing and a miss. He struck him out. A slider down and in, and that'll do it in the top of the 7th inning. Well, guys, once again, I do want to say thank you guys for coming up. Thank you for all you do. Anything else we need to get in before the game is over?
No. The other thing is KIM Radio is also going to be hosting its morning show next Wednesday for our Army birthday. So
very nice. Good to see you guys. Thanks for coming up.
Thank you for affording us this opportunity.
Appreciate it. All right, we'll take a break. 7th inning stretch time here at DEP. 5-4 Sidewinders back right after this.
Does Homevestors, the We Buy Ugly Houses people, only buy ugly houses? Not according to Gary and Betty Lechner.
It was a nice home, but it's an older home in need of minor repairs.
Homevestors can also get you out of an ugly situation.
We didn't want people in and out of our home all the time.
Call Homevestors at 1-800-44-BUYER, 1-800-44-BUYER, or visit us online at WeBuyUglyHouses.com.
No complaints.
We would definitely use Homevestors again.
Make sure to try Sedona Springs Mountain Spring Water. Our water originates from deep protected mountain springs in Arizona, far from pollutants, city life, and people. Sedona Springs water enhances the flavors of juices, soups, pastas, and vegetables. And on a hot summer day in Arizona, there's nothing more refreshing than a cold drink of our natural spring water. So call now, 888-6099, to try Sedona Springs water, and we'll deliver a free case of our fresh mountain spring water at your doorstep to sample.
If you're interested in a Hawaiian vacation, then you'll want to check out morealohaforless.com, Tucson's new site for discounted value-added vacations to all the Hawaiian Islands. At morealohaforless.com, you'll discover unique Hawaiian vacations with departures directly from Tucson. Escape to Hawaii with morealohaforless.com, powered by Worldwide Travel in Tucson, Arizona's #1 choice for Hawaiian vacations. Capture the true spirit of aloha. morealohaforless.com.
This is Cool 1450, home of Sidewinders baseball action.
7th inning stretch tonight brought to you by Homevestors. If your time is stretched thin, let Homevestors help. Homevestors is America's #1 home buyer. We make selling your home simple, fast, and convenient, and we buy houses in any condition. Call Homevestors today for more information at 1-800-44-BUYER. Well, Jeff Aginero, a very good 7th inning, striking out Darren Erstad to end the frame. Now Tucson with a 5-4 lead will come up, looking for a little bit of insurance, and Marcus Gwynn is on to work out of the Salt Lake bullpen. And this call to the bullpen brought to you by Singular Wireless. Watch the Sidewinders roll over the competition while you roll over your minutes. Visit Singular's booth in the concourse today or visit one of their 5 Tucson locations 7 days a week. Singular, raising the bar. Numbers on Gwynn this season. He is making his 21st appearance. No record, a 5.68 ERA. He's worked in 25 1/3, given up 28 hits, 20 runs, 16 earned. He has walked 14, struck out 24, and the league hitting .269 against him. So Gwynn, the 3rd pitcher to come to the mound tonight. Jeff Hammerlow worked the front 5, gave up 3 runs on 4 hits. Nathan Bland worked the 6th inning, and he gave up 2 runs on 2 hits and a walk. And now Gwynn will come on to work. So here's Alberto Callaspo to lead off, and Callaspo will get a chance to turn around and bat from the right side, or the left side rather, with the right-handed Gwynn on the mound. And here comes the first pitch, and Callaspo with a high bouncer to second. Howie Kendrick will grab the second hop, throw to first, and on 1 pitch, Callaspo is retired. Alberto is 0 for 2 tonight, and with 1 away, here comes Chris Young. Oh, let's check the Sidewinders injury report. It's brought to you by Blue Cross and Blue Shield. And I am very proud to announce there is no news to report on the injury report. So that news update brought to you by Blue Cross and Blue Shield. Here's Chris Young coming up. Young's had a tough night tonight. He has struck out twice and flying out to center field. A 5-4 Sidewinder lead. Young in there from the right side. Gwynn just standing up on top of the rubber, waiting for him to get in. He's ready now. And Gwynn with the first pitch, and it's a fastball that sails over the inside corner for a strike. And the count is 0-1. Carlos Beltran has hit another home run. It's his second of the night, 17th of the season. Mets lead Arizona 8-5, top of the seventh. Here's the 0-1 pitch. Young swings. It's a slow tapper foul, third base side. And the count, no balls and 2 strikes. Young was pretty impressed with Dustin Mosley, who started last night. I was talking to him about it during batting practice today. He said Mosley hit his spots all night long. He said, I don't know that he made one mistake when he was out there. And Mosley did pitch very well, but Tucson was able to come back late against the Salt Lake Pen. Young down in an 0-2 hole. And the pitch coming home. Swinging a foul back into the screen. A late swing from Chris Young. And it's still no balls and 2 strikes. Stephen Drew out on deck. He'll be next here in the bottom of the 7th inning. A 5-4 Tucson lead. Mike Koplov is up and working for the Sidewinders. Here's the 1-2 pitch, and Young swings and bounces it foul past third down the line. Still 1-2. Fans, make sure you stop by Arizona Honda Powerhouse. They're at 4710 South Palo Verde. You can also stop by their concourse display near the Groves for your chance to register for the Arizona Honda Hit for the Cycle Contest. If any Sidewinder player hits a single, double, triple, and home run over the fence tonight, both the player and one lucky fan walk away with an ATV courtesy of Arizona Honda. And Young swings and misses. Another breaking ball and another strikeout, third of the night for Chris Young. And just like that, there's 2 away. Our contestant in the Hit for the Cycle contest tonight is Michelle Chase. And Michelle, I hate to tell you this, unless we go about 24 innings tonight, I don't think you're going to have a shot. But stick around, you never know. Here's Drew now. Drew is 0 for 3. He's grounded into a double play. He's flied to left and grounded out to first. And Gwynn delivers home, and Drew takes a fastball over the outside corner at the knees for a strike, and the count is 0-1. Been a while since Drew left the yard. This is his 12th game that he has played without homering. And the pitch, here's a swing and a high fly ball. Shallow center field. Erstad coming in, says he'll take it, and he does. A one-handed grab around the bill of his cap, and just like that, Tucson done in the bottom of the 7th inning. No runs, no hits, no errors, nobody left. We will go to the 8th. It is Tucson 5 and Salt Lake 4.
Hello, this is Sherry Espinoza, one of the many professionals who work on the Paul Ash Management team here in Tucson. Paul Ash Management Company offers a variety of luxury apartment rentals for every budget and lifestyle. Whatever area of town you're looking for, Paul Ash Management has quality apartments managed by people who care about you. Visit our website soon and tour all of our communities online at paulashmgt.com, or stop by and visit any of our communities throughout Tucson for what we like to call the complete package. We know you'll like what you see. For a luxury Eastside rental, call me at the Tanca Verde Apartments at 886-8469.
Experience live entertainment every Friday and Saturday night at Casino del Sol and Casino of the Sun, and enjoy Tucson's best food and drink specials every weekend at Arizona's finest casino, Casino del Sol. And for even more Vegas-like entertainment, check out Ava Amphitheater's concert schedule, featuring Joan Sebastian, Tim Bandera, Martina McBride, and more. Tickets available at avaconcerts.com, the Club Sol box office, and Ticketmaster. Casino del Sol, just like Vegas, only closer. Enterprises of the Pasquayaki tribe.
Sidewinders fans, if you're looking for the best value in wireless, look no further than Singular. Only Singular offers you rollover, which allows you to keep your unused anytime minutes month after month for a full year. And now Singular wants you to catch this great deal. Get $25 off any phone and a free accessory up to a $29.99 value with a new 2-year service agreement. Stop by Singular's booth during the Friday, Saturday, and Sunday home games, or visit one of the 5 Tucson store locations any day of the week. Hurry, this is a limited time offer, so act now and start enjoying rollover minutes from Singular. Singular, raising the bar.
Tucson Sidewinders baseball action continues on Cool 1450.
5-4 Tucson, top of the 8th inning. Mike Koplov on the pitch for the Sidewinders. Koplov is making his 21st appearance, no record, a .494 ERA. He's worked 3 and 2/3 innings, given up 29 hits, 14 runs, 13 earned. He's walked 10, struck out 16, and the league hitting .309 against him. And it will not be easy for Koplov here as he has to face Kendrick, Gourneau, and Mathis. Here's his first pitch to Howie Kendrick. Fastball over the outside corner for strike one. Well, this is a key batter in this inning. Koplov really wants to keep Kendrick off base. Kendrick is 3 for 3 tonight, and the pitch, swinging a foul back into the screen, the count 0-2. Well, the last time Kendrick was up, we talked about how even when he falls behind in the count, he is a very dangerous hitter. Got down 0-2, and he promptly banged a breaking ball into center field for a hit. See what he does here, down 0-2. Koplov reading the sign from Brito. He moves away, and the pitch is a slider that is swung on and missed for strike 3. Kendrick tried to check his swing, couldn't do it, and he goes down on strikes, and a big first out for Mike Koplov. So with Kendrick down, here comes Nick Gourneau. Gourneau is 1 for 3, singled and scored in the 4th inning. A 5-4 Tucson lead. Koplov following Vaginero and Gonzalez to the mound tonight. And here comes his first pitch to the right-handed hitter. Slider over the inside corner for a strike, and it's 0-1. Boy, Nick Gourneau was jumping back out of the way of that pitch, and it came right across the inner half of the plate. Now, Koplov's 0-1 is on the way. Fastball that missed inside. And the count 1-1 strike. Koplov with that arm angle just tries to keep hitters off balance, showing them different looks all the time. Here's his 1-1 pitch home, and that swung on and bounced foul right side. And the count 1-2 strikes. Looks like Koplov's game plan against Gourneau is to pound him in. Every pitch that he has thrown has been in on his hands, even that one that Gourneau took a full swing at and weakly fouled off to the right. 1-2 strikes. Koplov back up on top of the mound. He has always been a quick worker. Brito puts down the sign. And Koplov's pitch is up high with a fastball. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Minnesota won it in the bottom of the 12th inning, beating Baltimore 7-5. Justin Morneau, a walk-off shot. He now has 13 home runs. 2-2 the count on Nick Gourneau. Koplov at the belt. And here it comes. Slider swung on and missed. Gourneau down on strikes. Back-to-back Ks to open the 8th inning. So Koplov sets down Kendrick and Gourneau. Now can he get Mathis? Casey Daigle up and throwing in the bullpen. It looks like they'll turn to him to try and close it out tonight. But first, Koplov has to get Mathis, who is 1 for 3 tonight. Koplov nods yes. And the pitch, fastball right down Broadway for a strike, and it is 0-1. Well, if Koplov could retire Mathis, this would be a terrific inning. Here's the pitch, slider, just missed outside, and the count now 1-1. Kendrick, the league's leading hitter, struck out. Gourneau, the league's leading RBI man, struck out. Now Mathis with a count of 1-1. And the pitch, swinging a bouncer, right back to the mound. Koplov spears it. He will run to first, toss to Carter in time, and a brilliant job of relief by Mike Koplov, setting down Kendrick, Gourneau, and Mathis in order. Nothing across for the Bees in the 8th. We will go to the home half. It's Tucson 5 and Salt Lake 4.
Wednesdays at Desert Diamond Casino I-19. It's Buffet Barbecue Wednesday.
Now that's mighty interesting.
Partner, if it's a barbecue you like, it's a barbecue you're gonna get. Wednesday, Desert Diamond Casino's buffet is pulling out all the barbecue stops. Yeehaw! Wednesdays at Desert Diamond Casino I-19. It's mouth-watering pulled pork barbecue to specialty fish entrees plus all your favorites.
You know what I'm talking about.
We're talking about barbecue so good, it's worth picking a fight over.
Really? You want to step outside, Pilgrim?
It's incredible barbecue every Wednesday in the buffet at Desert Diamond Casino I-19. Smoked, spicy, thick, delicious barbecue in every style you can think of.
Mighty impressive.
It's Buffet Barbecue Wednesday, only at Desert Diamond Casino I-19 at Pima Mine Road. For buffet hours or more information, call 520-393-2700 or check out the web at DesertDiamondCasino.com.
An enterprise of the Donna Automation.
Did you know that there are more than 500 boating deaths by drowning every year? More than 85% of those who drowned were not wearing life jackets. It's boating season again, And University Medical Center wants to remind you to always wear a life jacket when you're in a boat. It's boating season again, and University Medical Center wants to remind you to always wear a life jacket when you're in a boat, inner tubing, or rafting. This message is brought to you by University Medical Center, our family caring for yours. Please, watch your kids around water, because silence is deadly.
More Sidewinders action now on Cool 1450.
On we go to the bottom of the 8th inning. Tucson 5, Salt Lake 4. And Scott Harrison is going to lead off. Marcus Gwynn had a very good 7th inning for the Bees. He came on, retired Cayaspo, Young, and Drew in order. So Gwynn back out for his 2nd inning of work. He'll face Hairston, who is 1 for 3, doubled and scored in the 2nd inning. Then he'll get Carter and Barton. So Tucson would like a little bit of insurance with Casey Daigle warming up in the bullpen. Daigle will come on and pitch the 9th inning, trying to nail down the save. Casey was a little bit shaky in his outing the other night. We'll see how he does when he pitches in the bottom of the 9th inning, but Tucson would like to put a few more runs up there and at least give him a little bit of breathing room. So Hairston will stand in. 1 for 3, as I mentioned, doubled and scored back in the 2nd inning against Marcus Gwynn, the right-hander, up on top of the hill, waiting for Hairston to get himself set in the batter's box. And here's the set from Gwynn, and the first pitch is coming up, and Hairston looks at a fastball that missed low and outside, apparently. And the count 1 ball and no strike. That's a pretty good pitch. That is a pitcher's pitch right there. Hairston, I'm sure, didn't like it. But if you're a pitcher and throw that one consistently, you got a chance to be pretty successful. Here's the 1-0 pitch home, and Hairston swings and pops it up. Left side of the infield over is Pavkovich, the third baseman, calling for it, and he will make the catch. Hairston is retired. 1 away in the inning, 4 up and 4 down for Gwynn. So with 1 out, here comes Chris Carter. Carter has had a good night. 2-run homer in the 2nd inning to put Tucson on the board. Then reached on an infield single in the 2nd, and eventually came in to score the game-tying run. Tucson would score 1 more in that inning and take the lead 5-4, and that's where we stand right now. Gwynn from the stretch, and his first pitch on the way to Carter. In there at the knees for a strike on the outside corner, and the count is 0-1. Gwynn spent last year in the A's organization. Pitched in Sacramento and Midland. We saw him when he was with the River Cats. Here's the 0-1 pitch. Carter swings, and it's a high fly ball to center field. Playable for Erstad. Moving back. He's there. He'll make the catch. And Carter is out, and there's 2 away. So with 2 down, now here is Brian Barton, who does not have a hit tonight, but he has walked twice and scored twice. Win last year, pitching for Sacramento, 34 appearances, 2-2 with a 5.66 ERA. Went 0-1 in 19 games at AA Midland, had a 2.86. And now here pitching for the Bees and trying to record back-to-back perfect innings. Barton in from the right side, Pavkovich up even with the bag at third base. And Gwynn's first pitch to Barton. Fastball over the outside corner for a strike. And the count is 0-1. Gwynn is set. Mathis moving inside. And the pitch, slider up and in. And the count now 1 ball and 1 strike. Gwynn opened the season at AA Arkansas. Only made 1 appearance for the Travelers. And he picked up a save. That was at Springfield back on the 7th of April. Here's the set and the 1-1 pitch home, and that just missed. Boy, that's another pretty good pitch. Right over the outside corner around the knees, but called the ball. And it's now 2-1 on Barton. Gwynn has been with Salt Lake ever since. His 2-1 delivery. Swing and a shallow pop, right side of the infield. Kendrick is there, so is the first baseman Elward, and Elward will make the catch. And the inning is over, and a good job of pitching by Marcus Gwynn, facing 6 and retiring 6. No runs, no hits, no errors, nobody left in the 8th. We will go to the 9th. Daigle's going to come on and try and nail it down. It is Tucson 5 and Salt Lake 4.
To get good fish, you have to know where to go. Shh. The best fishing holes are kept secret. But sometimes, all you got to do is listen. Only churches can make fish like this. Golden crunchy outside and light flaky inside. It's a good catch in a basket, platter, or inside the new fish sandwich. There's always something new crunching at Church's.
Try Church's new crunchy fish sandwich with fries for only $1.99. Or enjoy 12 pieces of chicken in spicy or original for only $7.99. Offer plus tax for limited time at participating restaurants.
Church's.
Phil, this Hyundai team is loaded. I mean, we're talking talent at every position. Sonata, Tucson, Santa Fe, all backed by America's best warranty.
You know, everyone always thinks about Honda and Toyota.
But right now, this Hyundai team has the quality, safety, and value it takes to beat them.
Announcing the Hyundai Challenge, a season-long contest to prove who's really got what it takes. Come test drive the new Sonata and see for yourself why Motor Week says it simply outclasses the mighty Camry and Accord.
This Hyundai team is for real.
See dealer for limited warranty details.
Every Wednesday night at Tucson Electric Park this season, it's a free Money Wednesday. That's right. Attend any Wednesday home game and get an envelope containing cash up to $250. Or prizes like free tickets and free food and drinks at the ballpark. So buy your tickets today and let us treat you to a baseball game and free cash and prizes just for showing up. Tickets are available now on the Sidewinders official website at TucsonSidewinders.com or by calling 434-1021. That's 434-1021.
You're hearing Sidewinders baseball action on Cool 1450.
Singular call to the bullpen brought to you by Singular Wireless. Watch the Sidewinders roll over the competition while you roll over your minutes. Visit Singular's booth on the concourse today or visit one of their 5 Tucson locations 7 days a week. Singular, raising the bar. Right-hander Casey Daigle is going to come on to try and nail down the save. And for Daigle, this will be his 11th opportunity. He's 1-0 with a 2.31 ERA. 11th opportunity to pitch, I should say. He's 1 for 2 in save opportunities. Daigle has worked 11 and 2/3 innings, given up 12 hits, 4 runs, 3 earned. He has walked 5, struck out 12, and the league hitting .273 against him. Now, I mentioned the other night, Daigle came on and pitched against Portland. He worked an inning, gave up 2 hits and 2 runs. And he was shaky almost the entire time he was out there. He walked the leadoff hitter, and things went downhill from there. So let's see how Casey responds tonight. He'll face the latter third of the Salt Lake order, Mike Elward, to lead off. Elward is 0 for 2 tonight. Had an RBI ground out back in the 4th inning. Slow tapper to third that got home a run. Daigle ready to pitch to him. Casey with that right arm dangling down by his side. He brings the hand set. And here comes the pitch, and a fastball is way high in the count. 1 ball and no strikes. 9,993 to paid attendance tonight. Good crowd on hand for Military Appreciation Night. 1 ball, no strikes. And here comes Daigle's pitch. And a fastball is at the knees for a called strike, and the count now 1-1. Vegas and Tacoma are in the bottom of the 7th inning. Vegas still has a 1-run lead. It is 3-2. And now 5-2 as they have put a couple of runs on the board. Here comes the 1-1 pitch. Slider that missed outside. And the count is now 2 balls and 1 strike. So it looks like Tucson is going to need to win tonight just to stay ahead of Las Vegas and Sacramento in the standings. 2.5 game lead over Vegas, 5 over Sacramento coming into tonight. Of course, the River Cats playing a doubleheader against Portland. Daigle with the set and the 2-1 pitch home, swinging a foul off to the right. Look out. That one went right up over the dugout, and I think fortunately everybody is okay. It hit somebody, but I don't think anybody is hurt. Staff is down there to check it out. I think everybody's all right. That's a good sign. 2 balls and 2 strikes. The count now on Elward. Elward just helped Daigle out there. He chased ball 3. Now let's see if Daigle can make him pay for it by coming back with a strikeout. Here's the 2-2 pitch. In the dirt, he bounced the slider in the count, 3 balls and 2 strikes. Well, I mentioned it the other night. Daigle walked the leadoff hitter, Bobby Hill. And that sent the inning in a downward spiral. Now, Casey, most of the year, has been lights out for Tucson. And out here tonight trying to save it and nail down a 5-4 Sidewinder win in front of this big crowd. Here comes his 3-2 pitch, swinging a bouncer foul over the head of Brian Harper and down the line. And we'll do it again, 3 balls and 2 strikes. Elward with 1 home run, and he has driven in 12. 3-2 the count. Daigle set. Brito moves away. And the pitch, low, ball 4. And Elward has drawn a walk. Well, 2 things about that. Number 1, you walk the leadoff hitter, which is never a good thing. Number 2, Myers is up there now in a sacrifice situation. And Elward's going to come out of the game as Curtis Pride comes in to pinch run. Number 2, barring a double play, it means Reggie Willis is going to get a shot to hit in the 9th inning. So Pride off the bench to pinch run. And Myers up there. And you got to think that Myers is going to try and drop down a bunt to advance Curtis Pride. So things get a little tense here in the 9th inning. Brito looks over into the dugout. Pride leads away from first. Myers is already squared around, and Daigle's pitch to the plate is right down the middle for a strike as Myers pulled back, and the count 0-1. Corey must have thought that was low because that had a big chunk of the plate. He turned and looked back to the home plate umpire. He must have thought that that was down below the knee. 0-1 the count to him. He looks down at Brian Harper. Will Myers square to bunt again? Barton is up just in front of the bag at third base. Carter holding Pride on at first. Daigle brings the hand set. Myers squares around. Daigle with a pause. The pitch. It's bunted. Foul back of home plate, and the count 0 balls and 2 strikes. So Myers has failed in 2 attempts to get the bunt down. He took a strike, then fouled that one away. Now you got to figure he's going to be swinging away. Harper runs through the signs. Barton very close to the bag at third base, guarding the line. There is a huge hole on the left side for Myers. 0-2 the count. Daigle trying to put him away. And a toss over to first will send Pride back to the bag. Now remember, Curtis Pride can run. He stole a bag in the ball game last night. He's now 11 for 12 on the season. And Pride over there doing a little groundskeeping out in the area where he gets his lead at first base. Daigle throwing that 2-seam fastball. That's the one he uses to get a lot of ground balls. And that's what he wants here, a ground ball. He wants a double play behind him. He does not want to face Willits here in the 9th inning. 0-2 the count. Myers not squaring around now, and another throw over to first will send Pride scrambling back to the bag. That was a fastball fired over by Daigle. 5 runs on 6 hits tonight for Tucson and 1 error. Salt Lake with 4 runs on 9 hits. They have kicked it twice. Daigle ready, and the 0-2 pitch to the plate, swinging a pop-up, back and out of play off to the right. Pride, you got to believe, is going to be ready. Should that ball even touch the dirt, he's going to be ready to take off and try and get to second base. Brito with a good arm behind the plate. 0-2 on Corey Myers. Is 5 for 26 in his time with Salt Lake. Daigle with the hand set and the pitch home. Fastball up and in, backing Myers off the plate. And the count now 1 ball and 2 strikes. Pride leading away from first. Carter holds him on. Here comes the 1-2 pitch from Daigle. And that swung on and bounced foul just off the end of the bat, rolling over by the Salt Lake dugout. Tacoma has scored a run in the top of the 8th inning, and they are still batting. It is 5-3 now. Vegas is on top. But again, Tucson needs to win here, and then they can worry about what happens everywhere else. 1-2 the count on Myers. Daigle looking in. Brito putting down the sign. Casey turns and looks over his shoulder at Pride. And the 1-2 pitch is on the way, and it's low and in with a slider. And the count is now 2 balls and 2 strikes. Daigle wipes his right hand on his pants as he walks down off the mound. Now kicks the dirt around in the landing area. Jumped ahead of Corey Myers very quickly. 2 bunt attempts that went awry for Myers. Now 2-2 the count. Corey resting that bat on his shoulder, an open stance from the right side. Daigle from the stretch and the 2-2 home, swinging a pop-up, right side out of play. Myers just helped Daigle out. He chased a fastball that was way up and in. but fouled it off to the right. And it's still 2 balls and 2 strikes. Not much to say here. I think everybody knows the situation. Tucson clinging to a 1-run lead against Salt Lake. 2 very good teams going at it. And Tucson trying to get the first 2 games in this series. And a throw over to first, and Pride back to the bag again. So you wonder how much attention Curtis Pride is taking away from Corey Myers. I mean, Daigle's got to be concerned about him. Anybody that's 11 for 12 in stolen bases, you got to worry about. Daigle glances over at him. He has his lead. Here comes the 2-2 pitch to Myers. Swing and a pop-up, right side out of play, and Myers battling here. Daigle has been up in the strike zone, and Myers almost bailing out with that front foot, finding a way to get wood on it and putting it out of play. Fireworks coming up after the ball game tonight. The big crowd here hoping to see a Sidewinder win before the fireworks show. Almost 10,000 at the ballpark tonight. 7 people shy of 10,000. And now time called as Myers backs out of the box. We couldn't find 7 more people. Esposito was supposed to bring his friends, but both of them showed up, and so we're still short. Daigle ready. Here's the 2-2 pitch home. Swinging a ground ball into right field for a base hit. Pride will go to second, will take the turn and stop as the throw comes back in. And now runners are at first and second with nobody out. So Corey Myers just kept fighting it off, and finally hits a ball through the right side. So runners at first and second now. Adam Pavkovich is the hitter. Brian Harper maybe trying to decide what he wants to do as he walks down from third. We're going to get another pinch runner here. Anderson Rosario is off the bench, and he will run for Myers. Well, does Pavkovich bunt here? I think he does. Well, this is a real pickle for Tucson now. Leading by a run, but Salt Lake has runners at first and second. There's nobody out. Now Juan Brito is going to jog out to the mound to talk with Daigle. So Elward walked leading off. He's been taken out of the game for Pride, who's now at second base. And Myers couldn't get the bunt down and then rolled the base hit into right field. Pavkovich tonight has struck out twice, but then had a 2-run single to give Salt Lake the lead in the 6th inning. Barton even with the bag at third base. Daigle set. Will Pavkovich bunt? He squares around and pops it up, back to the mound. Daigle's got it. Everybody has to get back to their bag. Well, that's one big out as Pavkovich fails in his sacrifice attempt. One away. I'll tell you what, Curtis Pride was a long way off the second base bag, but Daigle was concerned about making sure he caught it, and that's the right play. Now he has to face Willits. And I'll tell you what, I don't want to take anything away from Casey Smith on deck. He's a near 300 hitter this season. There's no way I can take anything away from him. But this at bat right here might decide the ballgame. Willits tonight has doubled twice, lined out to third, and then popped up to third in his last at bat against Bajanero. Daigle brings his hand set, checks the runners, and his first pitch to Willits. Breaking ball over the outside corner for a strike, and it's 0-1. So Daigle able to jump ahead. A 5-4 Sidewinder lead here in the 9th inning. 2 on with 1 out. Willits in there from the left side, and Daigle's 0-1 pitch will be on the way shortly. And here it comes. Fastball, high and outside, 1 ball and 1 strike. Portland and Sacramento underway in Game 2 of their doubleheader. Portland scored 2 in the top of the 1st inning. So it is a 2-0 Beavers lead. One ball, 1 strike to Reggie Willits. And here comes the pitch. Strike called over the outside corner. Willits thought it was high. Boy, that was a little bit of a pause from the home plate umpire there. And Willits had already started to kick the dirt around in the batter's box, and then when he heard strike, turned around with a look of exasperation on his face. So 1-2 the count to him. Daigle off the mound for a moment, now back up on top. Stares in at Brito. Willits waiting. Daigle has the one he wants. And the 1-2 pitch is on the way to Willits, and that's in the dirt, blocked by Brito. And the count is now 2 balls and 2 strikes. Well, Tucson without their normal defensive alignment in the outfield tonight. Erickson playing very shallow in left. Young is around towards left center and center field. Perez about normal depth in right. But what this does is it changes the dynamic without Hairston and Quinton on the corners in terms of throwing arms in the outfield. Here's Daigle's 2-2 pitch to the plate. Ground ball, softly hit right side. Carter over to get it. He will flip to Daigle covering, and Willits is safe at first base. He won the race to the bag. Well, in retrospect, Carter probably should have let Cayaspo field that ball. And he should have gone back to the bag. It was softly hit, and Cayaspo would have had the play. But Carter picked it up, and then with his flip to Daigle, Willits won the race to first base. So now the bases are loaded, and Casey Smith is coming up. That's going to be an infield single for Reggie Willits. So here is Smith, who was 0 for 3, and Mike Parrott on his way to the mound. Well, Cayaspo and Carter are talking about it right now. And I think what they're talking about is on that play, Cayaspo should have taken it. Carter went way over, and Daigle was running over to cover first base, but Willits can really fly down the line, and that's tough for Daigle to try and beat him over to first base. So now Smith, with the bases loaded and 1 out here in the top of the 9th inning, a 5-4 Sidewinder lead. Middle infield will play at double play depth. Al Daigle got the ground ball he was looking for. He's had a couple of ground balls in this inning, and neither one has produced an out. Smith in there from the right side. Here comes Daigle's first pitch, and it's low with a breaking ball. And the count 1 ball and no strikes. Be interesting to see what Barden does on a ground ball hit to him. Will he try and turn 2, or will he come home to cut down the run? He's about even with the bag. So is Carter at first base. 1 ball, no strikes. Daigle with the hand set, and here comes the delivery home. That's a fastball right down the middle for a strike, and the count is now 1-1. Daigle got a ground ball off the bat of Myers that turned into a base hit as it rolled into right field. He got a ground ball from Willits that became an infield single. 1-1 the count to Smith. And the pitch. Swinging a shot foul down the first base line, a broken bat. Boy, when Willits hit that, I thought it was, when Smith hit it, I thought it was destined to go right over the bag, but it turned foul. And now Smith will go back and get another bat, and they count 1 ball and 2 strikes. Well, that play is made on Willits' ground ball. Daigle is looking at 1 strike away from closing this thing out. Instead, it still seems a million miles away. Daigle could really use the strikeout here. Keep in mind who's on deck. Darren Erstad. So Smith walks back to the plate, a new bat in hand. 1 ball, 2 strikes to count to him. Big hole on the left side for him. And Daigle set. And here comes the 1-2 pitch to the plate, swinging a bouncer to third. Barton's got it. He will go to second. 1, and he's out at second base. Cayaspo dropped it. Safe at first base is Smith, and the game is tied. A high chopper to third. Barton had no choice but to try and turn the double play. His throw to Cayaspo was in time. As Cayaspo was taking it out of his glove, he dropped it. The out was recorded, but the game is now tied at 5. So Smith will get an RBI. And now here is Erstad. So for Casey Smith, his 14th RBI of the season. Well, Barden was in no man's land. He couldn't come home, and he almost had no shot to turn the double play. Even if Caiaspo picks that cleanly, Smith is going to be safe at first base. Here's Erstad, and he takes the slider low in the count, 1 ball and no strikes. Erstad tonight 0 for 4. He is 2 for 20 on his rehab assignment. Well, some energy has been drained out of the park. Looking at a Tucson win, and now Daigle just trying to keep it tight and give the Sidewinders a shot in the bottom of the ninth. Here's the pitch, and that's a breaking ball over the outside corner for a strike, and it's 1-1. Looking ahead of the ninth inning, Erickson, Brito, and Perez are the scheduled hitters. A 5-5 game here in the top of the ninth inning. Daigle with the set. Here comes the pitch to Erstad. Swinging a foul back into the screen, and the count 1 ball and 2 strikes. The dreaded high chopper. Barden got rid of it in a hurry. The reason Caiaspo had to come out of his glove, he was trying to make that transfer so fast to turn a miraculous double play, and it just fell out. But the umpire, fortunately, made the right call. The Caiaspo was on the transfer until the out was recorded. Now Brito out from behind the plate, shows some signals to the rest of the infield. Daigle ahead in the count, 1 ball and 2 strikes. Carter holding the runner Smith at first base. Here comes the 1-2 pitch to Erstad. And that swung on and bounced to the right side. Caiaspo scoops it up, throws to first in time. Erstad is out. The inning is over, but Salt Lake ties the game with a run on 2 hits. No errors, and 2 men left. We'll go to the bottom of the ninth, tied at 5.
Film Creations Limited has provided Southern Arizona and the world with high-quality, low-cost video production for over 25 years. Our full-service facility features a multitude of digital editing and production toys designed to make you look better than your competition. Not to mention, Film Creations offers clients the option of producing all of their commercials, training videos, and marketing videos in high definition for the same price our competitors charge for standard def. So when you see something you like, chances are Film Creations did it. Give us a call at 624-4444 or visit us at filmcreations.com. The Tucson tradition is back this season. It's Thirsty Thursdays at Tucson Electric Park. Every Thursday night, fans can enjoy $1 beer, soda, and lemonade for 2 hours after the first pitch. So make your plans to be with us every Thursday for the most popular night of the week. It's the best baseball tradition in the Old Pueblo, the Sidewinders, and $1 beverages throughout the game. Tickets are available now by calling 434-1021. That's 434-1021, or on the Sidewinders official website at www.TucsonSidewinders.com.
Experience live entertainment every Friday and Saturday night at Casino del Sol and Casino of the Sun. And enjoy Tucson's best food and drink specials every weekend at Arizona's finest casino, Casino del Sol. And for even more Vegas-like entertainment, check out ABBA Amphitheater's concert schedule featuring Joanne Sebastian, Sin Bandera, Martina McBride, and more. Tickets available at ABBAconcerts.com, the Club Sol box office, and Ticketmaster. Casino del Sol, just like Vegas, only closer. Enterprises of the Pasquayaki Tribe.
This is Cool 1450, home of Sidewinders baseball action.
New pitcher for the Bees, bottom of the ninth inning. It's a familiar name, right-hander Jason Bolter on to pitch. Bolter making his 20th appearance for Salt Lake, 1-1 with a 4.01 ERA and 3 saves. He's pitched 24 and 2/3 innings, given up 17 hits, 12 runs, 11 earned. He's walked 10, struck out 32, and the league hitting just 187 against him. So Bolter will come on to face the latter third of the Tucson order here in the bottom of the ninth inning, a 5-5 ball game. Bolter, of course, came over in the deal for Alberto Caiaspo back at the end of February. Bolter called up by the Angels very briefly, went up to them on May 20th, and he was sent back on the 24th. He appeared in 2 games with Anaheim, had no record, an ERA of 16. And when he went up, Mike Scioscia said, well, he's got the stuff to pitch at the back end of the bullpen, but for right now, he's going to pitch in middle relief. Things didn't go Bolter's way, and it was a short stay when he was sent down. Kendry Morales went up, and of course Morales has done great, and he's still there. Bolter here with Salt Lake. Ryan Buddy is in the game to take over for Elward at first base. Elward was lifted for a pinch runner, Curtis Pride, who eventually scored the tying run. So here's Erickson, who has 2 hits tonight. He looks at a fastball low and inside, and the count 1 ball and no strikes. For Erickson, it's his first multi-hit game in a while. In fact, the first time since May 4th at Fresno, he's had 2 hits. Here comes the 1-0 pitch. Fastball low, and the count now 2 balls and no strikes. Erickson looking to get on any way he possibly can to start the bottom of the 9th inning. A 5-5 contest. Bolger, set, he kicks, and here comes the pitch. Fastball low, and the count now 3 balls and no strikes. Juan Brito out on deck. Erickson looking in at his catcher for a moment. Asked something of Jeff Mathis. He got the response. Now ready for the 3-0 delivery to Erickson. It's on the way, and it's a fastball for a strike over the outside corner. It's 3-1. Now Bolger still asking what the count is. He thought it was 2-1. Mathis says no, 3-1. Fans have started the wave here at Tucson Electric Park. Bolger's 3-1 pitch. Here it comes, and Erickson swings and lines it foul down the left field line, and the count 3 balls and 2 strikes. So Bolger fell behind 3-0, now 3-2. We saw how devastating a leadoff walk can be in the 9th inning. Top of the 9th inning when Salt Lake got the leadoff walk to Elward, and that became the tying run. Now Bolger ready for the 3-2 pitch to Erickson. It's on the way. It's swung on. A broken bat bouncer. Back in the bag at second. Smith has it. Throws to first in time to get Erickson. Casey Smith ranging way over from shortstop and on the second base side of the bag. He threw out Matt Erickson. And there's 1 away. So here comes Brito now. Brito tonight has hit into a 1-3 putout, fly to left field, and reached on an error. So Juan, who had been so hot coming into this game, has not been able to do much tonight. Here comes the first pitch from Bolger, and it's a slider over the outside corner for a strike, and it's 0-1. Well, Bolger should know Brito well, thrown to him the last couple of years in Tucson. Brito, by the same token, should have a good scouting report on Bolger. Here comes the 0-1 pitch. And that swung on and missed. Juan wasn't within a foot of that one. A slider down and away. It bounced in the dirt. And the count, no balls and 2 strikes. Kenny Perez out on deck. He'll be next for Tucson here in the bottom of the 9th inning. Sidewinders have had their last 7 hitters retired, make it their last 8. The 0-2 pitch to Brito. Swing and a miss. He struck him out on a slider in the dirt, and it takes 3 pitches for Bolger to record the strikeout. 2 away now, and here is Perez. Well, looking ahead to the 10th inning, if we get there, Salt Lake is going to have Howie Kendrick, Nick Corneau, and Jeff Mathis coming up. That's a pretty good trio to have up there when you're trying to take the lead in extra innings. But Perez trying to help the Sidewinders' cause in not getting to extra innings and wrapping this thing up in regulation. Kenny 1 for 2 tonight, and he looks at a slider over the inside corner. That's called strike 1. Stay tuned. Coming up after the game, we'll have the scoreboard show for you. Highlights and a recap of this one featuring our Chapman Automotive drive of the game. 0-1 to Perez. He swings and it's a soft pop. Third base side, hustling over Pavkovich, and he will make the catch as he goes into a dive on the warning track by the seat. So a nice play by Adam Pavkovich, and that will end the 9th inning. No runs, no hits, no errors, nobody left. We will go to the 10th, tied at 5.
To get good fish, you have to know where to go. The best fishing holes are kept secret. But sometimes, all you got to do is listen. Only churches can make fish like this. Golden crunchy outside and light flaky inside. It's a good catch in a basket, platter, or inside the new fish sandwich. There's always something new crunching at Church's.
Try Church's new crunchy fish sandwich with fries for only $1.99. Or enjoy 12 pieces of chicken in spicy or original for only $7.99. Offer plus tax for limited time at participating restaurants.
Church's.
The Maverick is where Tucson comes together for live country music. The Maverick, where drink prices are down to earth, a dance floor that stretches across the club, and a private bar and lounge to relax your feet. The Maverick still is and always will be the king of clubs. It's country done right and live 5 nights a week. The Maverick, where pickups, Harleys, and Ferraris come together on Tanque Verde next to Cole Road.
Looking for a real estate agent to help you buy or sell a home? Why not designate a hitter who can knock the ball out of the park? Visit Century21.com and add the power and experience of a Century 21 sales associate to your team. They bring local expertise backed by industry-leading technology and marketing tools. No matter what the residential area, your real estate experience will be a grand slam. Go to Century21.com for complete listings of sales associates, offices, and homes in the Tucson area. Century 21, a proud sponsor of the Tucson Sidewinders, each office independently owned and operated.
You're hearing Sidewinders baseball action on Cool 1450.
Well, we go to extra innings tonight, tied up at 5-5, and Casey Daigle is going to come out and work here in the 10th inning after working in the 9th inning and allowing a run. Daigle will come on and face, or continue his work, and face Howie Kendrick, who is 3 for 4 tonight. Koplov struck him out in the 8th inning. Koplov did a magnificent job against this trio that Daigle is about to face back in the 8th. Kendrick to start it off. And Daigle's first pitch is a fastball, line to right field, base hit. Howie Kendrick has 4 hits tonight and 7 in 2 games in this series. So Kendrick with the base hit. Now here is Gourneau. Now I don't think that Gourneau is going to bunt, but heck, you never know. Gourneau, the leading RBI man in the league. Kendrick leads away from first base. Gourneau does not square around, and he takes one down in the dirt low. And the count, 1 ball and no strikes. Nobody throwing down in the Tucson bullpen. A couple of guys walking around down there. Nobody throwing, though. Saw Schultz, Choate, and Pena last night. Daigle, the 4th pitcher of the night for Tucson. Bajanero worked a scoreless 7th. Koplov a scoreless 8th. And the 1-0 pitch is coming up to Nick Gourneau, and that's swung on and bounced foul back at the plate. And the count now, 1 ball and 1 strike. Well, Daigle, as we mentioned in the 9th inning, he got a couple of ground balls, which is exactly what he wanted, but they both became hits. Myers snuck one through the right side, and then that ground ball off the bat of Willett, it became a base hit when he won the race to the bag with Daigle. 1-1 the count. And here comes the pitch on the way. And it's a breaking ball that's over the inside corner for a strike, and it's 1-2. Now, you hate to play the would-have, should-have game, but if Willett's ball isn't out, which it should have been, then the ground ball from Smith ends the ball game. Instead, the ground ball from Smith tied the game. 1 ball, 2 strikes to Gourneau. And the pitch home, swinging a fly ball down the right field line, twisting towards the seats, and that's out of play. Mike Schultz is going to start throwing down in the Sidewinder bullpen. Randy Choate walking around down there, but I haven't seen him throw as of yet. 1-2 the count here to Gourneau. Barton guarding the line at third base. Going to be pretty tough to get one by him and down into the left field corner. And Daigle bluffs the throw to first base, doesn't offer one. Kendrick goes back in standing up. Kendrick capable of running 6 stolen bases on the season. Daigle glances over his shoulder at him. And here comes the 1-2 pitch to the plate. And Gourneau takes a fastball up and in, and the count 2 balls and 2 strikes. Portland has scored 2 more runs in the 2nd inning in game 2 of the doubleheader. They now lead Sacramento 4-0. I think Ryan Moe got the start in that ball game. Moe had been working out of the bullpen, but Portland maybe a little bit thin on arms. I think sent him out there to start game 2 of that doubleheader. They did. The 2-2 pitch to Gourneau, swinging a foul back into the screen. And it's still 2 balls and 2 strikes. Fresno fell in Colorado Springs 12-8. Sky Sox had a 7-run 6th inning to take the lead. Ryan Shealy, a couple of home runs that gives him 11. Todd Linden hit just his 2nd of the year for Fresno. Well, Linden had 30 last year. Just 2 so far this year for the Grizzlies. 2 balls and 2 strikes. The count to Gourneau. Kendrick again away from first. He runs. The pitch is swung on and hit to third. Pass Barton down the line. Kendrick doesn't know where it is. Now he starts running to third base. They'll stop him there. Gourneau is into second. A shot right to third, and Barton tried to backhand it, and it skipped up over his glove and went down the line into the corner. Now, Kendrick didn't see it. He had to pick up the baseball. Brian Harper frantically waving him to third base. He got there. It's a double for Gourneau. Now runners are at second and third. Nobody out, and here is Mathis. Oh, I just said a minute ago it's going to be pretty tough to get it by Barton. But that ball took a hop and went right over his glove. Now the infield comes in. Mathis 1 for 4 tonight. Had an RBI single back in the 4th inning, and Daigle steps off the rubber. Here comes the first pitch to Mathis. Fastball low, and the count 1 ball and no strikes. Now Ryan Buddy is out on deck. He came on for defensive purposes in the bottom of the 9th inning. So he'll be up next no matter what happens here with Mathis. 1-0 pitch, checked his swing on a slider in the dirt. And the count is now 2 balls and no strikes. Well, Tucson wouldn't have been able to get a double play on the ground ball by Gourneau because Kendrick was running. But they would have at least gotten it out. They have nobody out here with runners at second and third. And Daigle's pitch home is inside, and the count is now 3-0. Ryan Buddy out on deck is only a 200 hitter. I guess if Daigle put Mathis on, it wouldn't be the worst thing in the world. It would give the Sidewinders a force at any base. The 3-0 pitch on the way, swing and a foul back into the screen. Mathis had been turned loose and just missed a fastball. So now it's 3-1. The other way to look at it, talking about putting Mathis on might not be the worst thing in the world. If somehow Daigle could strike him out, then you get Buddy up there, only a 200 hitter. Suddenly, things start to look up for you. Here comes the 3-1 pitch. It's on the way. It's swung on and driven in the air to deep left field. Back goes Erickson. This one is going to be over his head. It bounces on the warning track into the bullpen. It's a ground rule double. It's going to score 2, and Salt Lake has the lead 7-5. So Jeff Mathis with RBIs 18 and 19. And this crowd is stunned. And here comes Chip Hale out of the dugout, and Casey Daigle is going to exit. So Daigle will work an inning tonight. He's going to be charged with 3 runs, and he will be on the hook for the loss as he exits, and Schultz is on his way in from the bullpen. So pitching change, breaking the action here in the top of the 10th inning. It is 7-5, Salt Lake on top of Tucson, and we'll come back to the ballpark right after this.
Wednesdays at Desert Diamond Casino I-19. It's Buffet Barbecue Wednesday.
Now that's mighty interesting.
Partner, if it's a barbecue you like, it's a barbecue you're gonna get. Wednesday, Desert Diamond Casino's buffet is pulling out all the barbecue stuff. Yeehaw! Wednesdays at Desert Diamond Casino I-19. It's mouth-watering pulled pork barbecue to specialty fish entrees plus all your favorites.
You know what I'm talking about.
We're talking about barbecue so good, it's worth picking a fight over.
Really? You want to step outside, Pilgrim?
It's incredible barbecue every Wednesday in the buffet at Desert Diamond Casino I-19. Smoked, spicy, thick, delicious barbecue in every style you can think of.
Mighty impressive.
It's Buffet Barbecue Wednesday, only at Desert Diamond Casino I-19 at Pima Mine Road. For buffet hours and more information, call 520-393-2700 or check out the web at DesertDiamondCasino.com.
An enterprise of the Donna Automation.
This is Cool 1450, home of Sidewinders baseball action.
Mike Schultz on to work in relief of Casey Daigle here in the top of the 10th inning, a 7-5 Salt Lake lead. Numbers on Schultz this year. He has worked 16 times. He's 1-0 with a 3.68 ERA. 14 2/3 innings, 16 hits, 6 runs, 6 earned. He has walked 6, struck out 9 in the league, hitting .286 against him. So Schultz comes on in relief of Daigle, who gave up a run in the 9th inning, 2 so far here in the 10th. Daigle gave up 5 hits in his time on the mound. And now Schultz will come on with a runner at second base and nobody out. Ryan Buddy is the hitter. And Buddy may very well be up there to drop down a bunt. We'll see. Buddy batting just .200 on the season. He has 4 home runs and 19 RBIs. He might be up there just to try and move Mathis over to third base and get another run. We'll find out. So Schultz leans in for the sign. Buddy, no batting gloves, a right-handed hitter. He is not bunting, and he takes a fastball high and inside, and the count 1 ball and no strikes. Vegas on their way to a win tonight against Tacoma. They lead by a score of 9-3 in the top of the 9th inning. Here's the 1-0 pitch coming to Ryan Buddy, and that swung on and popped up back over the screen and out of play, and the count 1 ball and 1 strike. Well, Daigle, I said it the other night, he has been so good all year long. In his last 2 outings, for whatever reason, things have not gone his way. Like Stephen Drew said on the pregame show, that's why they call the season a grind. It is a long season. Here comes the 1-1 pitch to Buddy. Swing and a shot down to third. Barton's got the sinking line drive. Throws back to second. Out there. Double play. Cayaspo throws over to Carter, but the line drive was caught. And he's already out. So it's a line drive double play. So 2 outs. And now I think this is going to be Rosario, who came on as a pinch runner in the DH's spot. It will be Rosario. He's appearing in his 18th game for Salt Lake. He's a 125 hitter. No home runs, no RBIs. He has struck out 11 times. So Rosario here against Schultz. Tucson will have the top of their order coming up bottom of the 10th inning. And the first pitch is a fastball up and in, and the count 1 ball and no strikes. So all hope is not lost. Cayaspo, Young, Drew coming up. Stick around and make it even more interesting. Here comes the pitch. Rosario swings and pops it foul off to the right. And a count 1 ball and 2 strikes. 1-1 rather. I said 1-2. My apologies. 1-1. The count to Rosario. Adam Pavkovich out on deck. He'd love another shot. Here comes a 1-1 pitch from Schultz to Rosario, and that swung on and bounced back to the mound. Schultz has the second hop. He will throw to first in time, and the inning is over. The Bees, though, get a couple of runs on 3 hits, no errors, and nobody left. We will go to the bottom of the 10th. Tucson looking for 2 to tie. They trail it 7-5.
To get good fish, you have to know where to go. Shh. The best fishing holes are kept secret. But sometimes, all you got to do is listen. Only churches can make fish like this. Golden crunchy outside and light flaky inside. It's a good catch in a basket, platter, or inside the new fish sandwich. There's always something new crunching at Church's.
Try Church's new crunchy fish sandwich with fries for only $1.99. Or enjoy 12 pieces of chicken and spicy or original for only $7.99. Offer plus tax for limited time at participating restaurants.
Church's.
Hello, this is Sherry Espinoza, one of the many professionals who work on the Paul Ash Management team here in Tucson. Paul Ash Management Company offers a variety of luxury apartment rentals for every budget and lifestyle. Whatever area of town you're looking for, Paul Ash Management has quality apartments managed by people who care about you. Visit our website soon and tour all of our communities online at paulashmgt.com, or stop by and visit any of our communities throughout Tucson for what we like to call the complete package. We know you'll like what you see. For a luxury Eastside rental, call me at the Tanca Verde Apartments at 886-8469.
Have you ever considered a Sidewinder baseball game for hospitality to entertain your clients, to increase sales, and build customer loyalty? If not, you're missing out on the in-location to thank your customers for their business. With complete catering services available, you can choose from a wide variety of fares to complement your event. It's so easy. You bring us your clients and we'll do all the rest while making you look good to your customers. Call the group department and ask us about luxury suites and corporate meeting possibilities at 434-1021. That's 434-1021. Call today.
This is Cool 1450, home of Sidewinders baseball action.
Well, Tucson has the top of their order coming up here in the bottom of the 10th inning. Down by 2 runs, Cayaspo is going to lead off against Jason Bolger. Cayaspo tonight is 0 for 2. Couple of walks, couple of ground balls to second base. So just a 2-run deficit. Tucson has done it before. Here's Bolger's first pitch, and Cayaspo looks at a fastball outside. And the count 1 ball and no strikes. So I said it a minute ago, all hope is not lost. Stick around. Bolger from the stretch position and is 1-0 on the way to Cayaspo. Low and outside, and the count 2 balls and no strikes. Bolger fell behind Erickson 3-0 to start the 9th inning, and then got Erickson to ground out to the shortstop, Casey Smith. 2-0 the count, and here comes the pitch to Cayaspo. That's outside, and the count is now 3 balls and no strikes. Well, it just takes 1 base runner to bring the tying run to the plate. This is the part of the lineup you'd want up there. Although none of these guys as hot as they were a couple of days ago, still, you want them at the plate. The 3-0 pitch, low ball 4, and Cayaspo has drawn his 3rd walk of the night. Well, that's a good start. So Cayaspo aboard, and here is Chris Young, and CY has had a tough night. He has struck out 3 times and flied out to center field. So this would be a great time for him to find a gap somewhere, help his team out, and at the same time, he can have something to feel positive about tonight at home plate. Gotta believe Bolger is going to feed him a steady diet of sliders. Cayaspo away from the bag at first base. Bolger kicks, and here comes his first one on the way to Young. Slider low and outside, and the count 1 ball and no strikes. Drew out on deck. He is 0 for 4. Top 3 hitters in the Tucson lineup tonight. 0 for 10. That is an oddity the way they've been going. Here's Bolger with a 1-0 delivery. Cayaspo bluffs, doesn't go, and a fastball is down below the knees of Young. The count 2 balls and no strikes. And now the catcher Mathis will go to the mound to talk with Young. Buddy, the first baseman, is going to come on as well. Of course, Buddy is regularly a catcher, so he's been involved in a lot of these conversations. He's talking to Bolger. It's a quick one. Buddy back over to first. Mathis back behind the plate. And Bolger back up on top of the mound, a count of 2 balls and no strikes on Chris Young. Young has hit 8 home runs this year. He has driven in 33. Here's Bolger's 2-0 pitch to the plate. And that's low, and the count is 3 balls and no strikes. And now Young has got to be taken. And I'm sure there's a temptation to turn him loose, but Bolger's going to have trouble finding the strike zone, and he's going to give you a bag. You got to take it. 3-0 the count. And Bolger's pitch to home plate is right down the middle for a strike with a fastball. It's 3-1. Credit Bolger. Came back, figured Young would be taking, and just put a BP fastball right down the heart of the plate to move the count to 3-1. Bolger now steps off before delivering the next pitch. 3 balls, 1 strike. And here it comes from Bolger. Check swing on a pitch that was up, and Young went through the zone. The home plate umpire didn't even have to appeal. He made the call himself. It would have been ball 4. It was a slider that was high, and Young tried to stop, couldn't do it. And so now the count, 3 balls and 2 strikes. I don't think Cayaspo is going to start at first base, not with Young having struck out 3 times tonight. We'll see. Bolger nods yes to a sign. And the 3-2 pitch is on the way, and it's swung on and fouled back into the screen. Bolger challenged him with a fastball. A little bit surprising. Thought he might throw him the slider, but he challenged him, and CY fouled it back. So 3-2 the count. Pavkovich, the third baseman, over towards the bag. Big hole on the left side. Buddy holding on Cayaspo at first base. And Bolger's pitch is on the way. It's low. It's ball 4. And credit Chris Young for drawing that walk. He did not chase that 3-2 pitch. So back-to-back walks to open the 10th inning. And now here comes Stephen Drew. And now here's Charles Nagy out of the dugout. He wants to talk to everybody. He's bringing them all in. All the infielders gathered around and listening as Nagy talks to the pitcher and talks to all of them. Back-to-back walks to open the 10th inning. Now, that's why I said a minute ago, it's only a 2-run game. Tucson is very capable of getting that, especially with this part of the lineup up. Bolger having trouble with his command. You've got Drew coming up. You've got Hairston after that. Brian Harper now out of the dugout, offering up some instruction to Ryan Buddy at first base. I don't know how much first base Buddy has played this year, to be perfectly honest with you. I don't think it's been very much. Now Bolger backs off the rubber before facing Drew. This is Buddy's 4th game at first base. Thank you, Greg Esposito, as always, right on top of it. Here comes the first pitch to Stephen Drew from Jason Bolger. It's a slider that drops in for a strike, and the count is 0-1. Drew looks down at Chip Hale at third base. There's not a sign to be offered here, unless there's a sign for a 3-run homer. That'd be a nice one, wouldn't it? Here, hit a 3-run homer. Oh, okay, as long as that's the sign. The 0-1 pitch will be coming up to Stephen Drew. And it's on the way, and it's a fastball, low and outside, 1 ball and 1 strike. Tacoma has scored 4 runs in the top of the 9th inning on a grand slam by Guillermo Quiroz. It's a 9-7 Las Vegas lead. Tacoma is still batting with 1 out in the top of the 9th. The 1-1 pitch to Drew. Low, and the count is now 2 balls and 1 strike. Well, we told you last night Salt Lake's bullpen has struggled in save opportunities. They are now 10 for 24 on the season. By the way, Salt Lake has not won a game this year when they have trailed after 7 innings. They could do that here tonight. The 2-1 pitch to Drew. Way high and outside, 3-1. A fastball that got away from Bolger. Salt Lake is the only team in the league that has not won a game when trailing after 7 innings. But trying to turn that stat around tonight. 3-1 the count to Drew. Drew probably sitting on a fastball right here from Bolger, and now time is called. A ball got loose out into right field, and so the right fielder Gorneau goes over and flips that back up into the seats. Bolger on top of the mound, waiting for Drew to climb in. Gets his foothold in the left-handed batter's box. No activity down in the Salt Lake bullpen. And the 3-1 pitch to Stephen Drew is swung on and lined foul back into the screen, and the count has gone full, 3 balls and 2 strikes. And Drew had a pitch to hit. Stephen sporting a shorter haircut these days. Told me before the game today it was just too hot. Had to cut down that mop of hair. Maybe it'll work in reverse. Where Sampson got the haircut and lost his power, maybe Drew will find a power stroke here. The 3-2 pitch is on the way from Bolger. Outside, ball 4. The bases are loaded on 3 consecutive walks. And again, credit Stephen Drew for not chasing. That pitch was definitely outside, no doubt about it. But it wasn't like it was way out there. It was something Drew could have easily swung at. So they're loaded with nobody out. 3 consecutive walks to open the inning, and here is Hairston. He has doubled, he has flied to right, and he has popped up twice. So Hairston in there from the right side. Now the crowd is coming back to life a little bit. They had all the energy sucked out of them with the Bees rally in the 9th and 10th. The outfield is very deep. Willits in left field is about 3 steps shy of the track. And now Bolger wants Mathis to come to the mound. I don't think he can see the sign. Bolger keeps pointing to his eyes like I can't see it. And so Mathis goes out and wants to talk it over with Bolger. They want to get together here. Might be a situation where Mathis has got to go and put some chalk on his hands. We'll see catchers do that from time to time. Juan Brito will do that, where he'll put chalk on his fingers so that you can see a little bit better. Flashing the sign. Conference on the mound is over. Hairston is in. His former teammate Bolger ready to throw the first pitch to him. The kick and the delivery. Slider for a strike, and it's 0-1. Good pitch from Bolger. Didn't want to throw Hairston a first pitch fastball, and he snapped the slider over the outside corner. With Young at second base and the outfield deep, Young should be able to score on any base hit to the outfield. Here's the 0-1 delivery. Slider, strike two. Right over at the knees. So back-to-back sliders from Bolger, and the crowd is booing, but it was a strike. A good pitch from Bolger. Two good pitches from Bolger. Now Hairston has to make the adjustment. 0-2 the count to it. Boy, what a huge first out this would be for Bolger. 0-2 to Hairston. And the pitch. Slider ripped, but foul down the left field line. And that's down into the tunnel leading up to the clubhouse. Well, that was a little bit of a hanger, but Hairston out in front of it. Bolger has thrown 3 consecutive sliders. This crowd has gotten so used to seeing Scott Hairston hit home runs. As soon as he puts a swing like that in a ball, they think it's gone. But he was way out in front and pulled it down the left field line. 0-2 the count. Bolger reading the catcher, Mathis. He comes set and he steps off. Vegas has finished off Tacoma a 9-7 51's win. 0-2, and again Bolger steps off the mound and he makes the motion to the eyes like I can't see it. This has been a problem for Bolger. He's crouched over, staring in. Hairston waiting on him. He has seen nothing but sliders. The 0-2 delivery. Here it comes. Fastball swung on and missed, and Hairston is out on strikes. After seeing all those sliders, Bolger challenged him with a fastball, and Scotty was late on it, and he goes down on strikes. So it's up to Carter now. Carter has a 2-run homer and an infield single tonight. He's also popped to short and flied out to center field. Now a ground ball could get Salt Lake out of the inning and give them the victory. 7-5 Bees here in the top of the 10th inning. And again, Bolger steps off. Mathis puts down the sign again. Bolger steps off the rubber. I mean, if this is going to keep going, somebody give him some chalk or some whiteout or something. I mean, that's like 7 times in the inning that Bolger has stepped off, saying, I can't see the sign. Now he nods yes to one. Carter is waiting. And here comes the first pitch. Slider over the inside corner for a strike. It's 0-1. So Bolger, after being completely unable to find the strike zone against Cayaspo, Young, or Drew, has thrown some beautiful sliders to both Hairston and now Carter. 0-1 the count. Runners have their leads. Bolger kicks and deals, and Carter swings it. It's a soft line drive to left, sinking fast, base hit. 1 run will score. Here comes Young to the plate. The throw is offline. Young will score, and we are tied at 7 on Carter's base hit. Can this series get any better than it's been? I mean, my goodness. Chris Carter with a 2-run single to left. Young read it perfectly. He broke right away, did not hesitate, and came in to score a 7-7 game. And here is Barden. Barden has had a penchant for the walk-off this year, a flair for the dramatic, if you will. Drew went to second on the base hit. Here comes the first pitch to Barden. Wave and a miss and a slider down in the dirt. No balls and 1 strike. This has been so exciting, I'm losing my voice. Barden had the walk-off hit the other night to beat Portland. Can he do it again to Salt Lake? The infield, or the outfield rather, is much more shallow now. Carter at first base, through at second. And now Bolger steps off the mound. He wants Mathis to come out again, and the crowd is not going to like this. Well, I'm not going to blame Bolger, because if he can't see the sign, he doesn't want to pitch. I understand that. It is getting a little ridiculous, though, that this has happened time and time and time again in this inning. Now, I understand Bolger's point of view. Now the home plate umpire is going out to try and break up the conference on the mound. But I know why the crowd is upset as well. Boy, Chris Carter has had himself a night. 4 RBIs. Talked about it all year. Carter is a power hitter, but he certainly has a willingness to go to left field, and that was a heck of a swing. But now Tucson needs one more to try and win it. 0-1 to Barden. And the pitch. Slider, low and outside. Barden checked his swing and held back, and the count 1 ball and 1 strike. Matt Erickson is out on deck. 7 runs on 7 hits tonight for Tucson. The 1 ball, 1 strike pitch will be coming up. And here it is. Fastball, fouled back off to the right. The count 1 ball and 2 strikes. I mean, if you don't come to the rest of this series, I don't know what to tell you. It doesn't get any better than this. This has been great baseball the last 2 nights between 2 very good teams. The 1-2 pitch is on the way to Barton. Swing and a fly ball, shallow center field. Erstad's got this one lined up perfectly, and he will make the catch, and everybody's going to have to go back. So Barton catches that one off the end of the bat, flies out to shallow center. 2 away in the inning. It'll be up to Matt Erickson. Matty almost had himself a base hit in the 9th inning leading off. Broke his bat and bounced it up the middle. Casey Smith was able to range behind the bag, scoop it up, and throw him out. Erickson with 2 hits tonight. A 3rd hit could win it for the Sidewinders. 7-7 game. And Bolger's first pitch to Erickson. That's a slider for a strike over the outside corner, and the count 0-1. So that first pitch slider has become a key one for Bolger. Runners with their leads. Drew away from second. He's the winning run. Carter at first means nothing right now. The 0-1 delivery to Erickson. Outside and high with a fastball. On the count 1 ball and 1 strike. Well, can Tucson do it again? 13-4 in 1-run games this year. Can they find a way to pull this one out? Here's Bolger's 1-1 pitch to the plate, and that's way high and outside, and the count 2 balls and 1 strike. Bolger started this inning by walking 3 consecutive hitters. He walked Caiaspo, he walked Young, he walked Drew. Struck out Hairston, gave up a 2-run single to Carter, and got Barden to fly out to center. 2-1 the count. Bolger leans in. Now brings the hand set, chest high, and the pitch to Erickson. Strike over the outside corner, dropped in the slider again, and the count now 2-2. Erickson followed that one all the way into the mid of Jeff Mathis, and the umpire liked it. So now 2 balls and 2 strikes. Fans waiting on the fireworks. They might be waiting a while longer if Erickson can't get a hit here. The 2-2 pitch. Swinging a shot. It is a foul ball. A foul ball. Oh, and Erickson thought he had it. Matty just puts his hands up on top of his head and walks slowly back to home plate. Oh, I wish we could see a replay. Erickson didn't argue. He just put his hands up on top of his head. Mike Gray is right there by the first base bag, and he didn't say anything. So it must have just gone foul. Boy, I thought that was it. Still 2 balls, 2 strikes. And Bolger ready to work. Here it comes. Fastball low and outside. 3 balls and 2 strikes. Now, Drew will run at second base. That almost, and I emphasize almost, eliminates any possibility that he would be thrown out on a base hit. 3-2. Drew away from second. Bolger leans in. And the pitch. Swinging a foul off the foot of Erickson, rolling back behind the screen. Bolger threw him another slider. So Drew will head back to second base. Carter flying away from the bag at first, but again, his run means nothing. I think CeCe's still a little pumped up after that base hit to left to score a couple. 4 RBIs tonight for Carter. I'll talk with Drew on the pregame show today about Tucson in the late innings. They have been so good. He said the confidence is just there. We believe we're going to win. Drew away from second. There he goes. The 3-2 pitch swung on, popped up down the left field line. It's going to be out of play. And Erickson will see a third 3-2 pitch from Bolger. Well, we have been playing for about 3.5 hours tonight. And you know what? If Erickson gets a base hit here, it's all going to be worth it for this almost 10,000 crowd. There's a sleepover tonight, too, after the game. Some of these kids have a curfew. I don't know. I'm trying to come up with anything. Here comes another 3-2 pitch to Erickson on the way. It is outside. It is ball 4, and the bases are loaded for Brito. The 4th walk of the inning. Well, that one was close. Earlier in the inning on the walks, they weren't anywhere near the zone. That one was close. But off the corner, apparently, and now here is Brito, who is 0 for 4 tonight. Brito waiting on the first one from Bolger. And here it comes. Swinging a line drive softly at center field. Base hit. We are going home. In the score is through. Tucson has done it again. 3 in the 10th. They win it. 8-7 tonight. I apologize for my voice. You have this many walk-off winners in a row. That's what happened. Juan Brito delivered a base hit to center, and Tucson has won the ball game. 8-7 tonight. Another dramatic night here at Tucson Electric Park. For Tucson in the 10th inning, they scored 3 runs on 2 hits. No errors, and they will leave the bases loaded, but they could care less about that. We're going to take a break. When we come back, we're going to give you the final totals, and Greg Esposito is going to take you through the scoreboard. It is all coming up right here on Cool 1450.
To get good fish, you have to know where to go. Shh. The best fishing holes are kept secret. But sometimes, all you got to do is listen. Only churches can make fish like this. Golden crunchy outside and light flaky inside. It's a good catch in a basket, platter, or inside the new fish sandwich. There's always something new crunching at Church's.
Try Church's new crunchy fish sandwich with fries for only $1.99. Or enjoy 12 pieces of chicken and spicy or original for only $7.99. Offer plus tax for limited time at participating restaurants.
Church's.
Hello, this is Sherry Espinoza, one of the many professionals who work on the Paul Ash Management team here in Tucson. Paul Ash Management Company offers a variety of luxury apartment rentals for every budget and lifestyle. Whatever area of town you're looking for, Paul Ash Management has quality apartments managed by people who care about you. Visit our website soon and tour all of our communities online at paulashmgt.com, or stop by and visit any of our communities throughout Tucson for what we like to call the complete package. We know you'll like what you see. For a luxury Eastside rental, call me at the Tanca Verde Apartments at 886-8469.
Welcome to the Sidewinders Scoreboard Show, brought to you by the Paul Ash Management Company and the Tanca Verde Apartment. Stay tuned for game highlights and scores from around the Pacific Coast League and the Major Leagues, coming up next on your Sidewinders station, Cool 1450.
Well, back here at Tucson Electric Park, another dramatic win for the Sidewinders tonight. 3 runs in the bottom of the 10th inning to win it. Final totals tonight, Salt Lake with 7 runs on 14 hits, 2 errors. and the Bees will leave 7 men on base. For Tucson, they score 8 runs tonight on just 8 hits. They commit 1 error, and they will leave 7. Mike Schultz, your winning pitcher tonight. And for Schultz, that will move his record to 1-0. Jason Bolger, the loss, he's now 1-2. Time of the game, 3 hours and 33 minutes, 9,993 were on hand to see it. So the Sidewinders win a walk-off winner tonight. Another one, 8-7 the final score. Let's turn things over to Greg Esposito. He's going to take a look at the scoreboard, give you all the action from the PCL and around the majors. Greg, take it away. It's all yours.
Thank you very much, Ryan. It is the Sidewinders scoreboard show. We're going to start off in the major leagues and let you know what went on there tonight. As we start off in the National League, as the New York Mets were up in Phoenix at Chase Field to take on the Arizona Diamondbacks. And the Diamondbacks fell 10-6 as Steve Traxel moves to 3-4 on the season. Miguel Batista falls to 6-3. Carlos Beltran had home runs number 16 and 17. Carlos Delgado, home runs number 17 and 18 in the win for the Mets. We head to Washington as in 12 innings, the Nationals beat the Philadelphia Phillies 9-8. Chad Cordero gets his second win of the year. Ryan Howard, Chase Utley, and Pat Burrell hit home runs in the loss for Philadelphia. St. Louis defeats the Brewers 10-6. Hancock the win. Isringhausen his 19th save of the season. The Dodgers defeat Colorado in Colorado 3-0. Brad Penny goes 8 1/3 innings, only giving up 5 hits, no runs. He earns his 7th win of the season. Byung-Hyun Kim takes the loss for Colorado. San Diego at home defeats the Marlins 3-2. The Marlins make it interesting in the top of the ninth, scoring a run, but they can't pull it off as Young earns his 6th win of the year. Hoffman earns his 14th save of the year, and Mike Cameron his 2nd home run of the year. Pittsburgh defeats San Francisco in San Francisco 3-2. Santos the win. Matt Morris the loss. Gonzalez his 9th save of the year, and Jason Bay his 19th home run in the victory for Pittsburgh. Chicago defeats Cincinnati 6-5 as Greg Maddux, the ageless wonder, improves to 7-5 on the year. Ryan Dempster gets his 10th save. Houston defeats Atlanta in Houston 7-2. Nieve to win. Craig Biggio hits his 6th home run in the victory for Houston. Let's head to the American League as Oakland defeats the Yankees at Yankee Stadium 6-5. Danny Herron improves to 5-5. Randy Johnson falls to 7-5 on the season. Houston Street picks up his 12th save, and Frank Thomas hits home run number 15 in the win for Oakland. A final in 12. Minnesota at home defeats Baltimore 7-5 as the Minnesota Twins score 2 in the bottom of the 12th. Joe Nathan gets the win. He's 4-0 on the season. Morneau hits his 12th and 13th home runs of the season. The 13th home run was the game winner. Chicago defeats Cleveland at New Comiskey 5-4. Thornton defeats Betancourt. Bobby Jenks picks up his 18th save. Travis Hafner his 17th home run for Cleveland. Jermaine Guy his 19th home run for the White Sox. Seattle defeats the Los Angeles Angels of Anaheim 4-1. Jared Washburn, the former Angel, picks up the win. He's 4-7. Raul Ibanez hits his 11th home run for the Mariners. The Red Sox at Fenway defeat the Texas Rangers 4-3. Jonathan Papelbon picks up his first win of the year. Trot Nixon his 6th home run in the win for the Red Sox. The Blue Jays at home defeat Detroit, 10-5 behind an 8-run bottom of the 8th inning. Once again, the Blue Jays win 10-5. And Kansas City at home defeats Tampa Bay 4-2. Mark Redmond picks up his 2nd win of the year for Kansas City. Let's head to the Pacific Coast League. We'll start off in New Orleans as Nashville loses to New Orleans 3-2. Watkins the win, Hendrickson the loss in that game. We head to Omaha as the Royals lose to the Red Hawks 8-7. Tejada the win, Boringer the loss, Wilson the save. We head to Iowa as the Iowa Cubs defeat the Round Rock Express 4-1. Iowa scores 1 in the bottom of the second, 1 in the bottom of the third, 2 in the bottom of the fourth, and that's all they needed. As zeros the rest of the way for both teams. And Iowa wins 4-2. Williams picks up his second win of the year. Baker the loss. Harry Leitenberg, the former Tucson Sidewinder, picks up his 4th save of the year. Fontenot, his 4th home run for the Iowa Cubs. A doubleheader tonight in Sacramento as the River Cats played host to the Portland Beavers, as Sacramento once again in dramatic fashion defeats Portland in game 1 of that doubleheader. It was a 5-4 final. The Portland Beavers led 2-0 heading into the bottom of the 7th. In a doubleheader, the 7th inning in the PCL is the final inning. Portland led 2-0 heading into the bottom of the 7th. Sacramento scores 2 in the home half. Portland goes up 4-2 in the top of the 9th inning, scoring 2 runs. But guess what? Sacramento comes back, scoring 3 in the bottom of the 9th. They win game 1, 5-4. And in game 2, which is in progress right now, Portland leads it 2-0 in the bottom of the 5th. But as we've seen the past few nights, the River Cats are never out of it when at home, especially against Portland. Colorado Springs defeats Fresno 12-8 as Todd Linden hits home run number 2 of the season and loss for Fresno. Shealy hit 2 in the game, number 10 and 11. Albuquerque defeats Memphis at home 5-1. Pinto the win, Leak the loss. And Las Vegas defeats the Tacoma Rainiers. 9-7 was the final. Tacoma made it interesting the top of the 9th as they hit a grand slam to cut the deficit to a 2-run deficit. But Vegas holds on to win it. In the game that you just heard here, live from Tucson Electric Park, the Tucson Sidewinders once again come back. In the bottom of the 10th, they score 3 runs, and they defeat the Sacramento Bees 8-7. We'll be back with highlights and to recap that one. You're listening to Sidewinders Baseball on Cool 1450.
Hello, this is Sherry Espinoza, one of the many professionals who work on the Paul Ash Management team here in Tucson. Paul Ash Management Company offers a variety of luxury apartment rentals for every budget and lifestyle. Whatever area of town you're looking for, Paul Ash Management has quality apartments managed by people who care about you. Visit our website soon and tour all of our communities online at paulashmgt.com, or stop by and visit any of our communities throughout Tucson for what we like to call the complete package. We know you'll like what you see. For a luxury Eastside rental, call me at the Tanca Verde Apartments at 886-8469.
Every Sunday at Tucson Electric Park is a Dollar Dog Sunday. Enjoy great Sidewinders baseball and $1 hot dogs all game long on Sundays throughout the season. Tickets are available now at the Sidewinders box office or by calling 434-1021. That's 434-1021. Come see the Sidewinders and enjoy dollar hot dogs every Sunday throughout the 2006 season. Call today for ticket information at 434-1021 or log on to TucsonSidewinders.com.
Tucson Sidewinders baseball action continues on Cool 1450.
Welcome back to Tucson Electric Park, where the fireworks show is about to begin behind us. What a great ball game again tonight. Tucson scoring 3 in the 10th to beat Salt Lake 8-7. We're going to tell you how we got there. It started in the second inning. Scott Hairston led off with a double against Jeff Haverlow, the starter for Salt Lake. The next man up was Chris Carter. A look back at Hairston. Once, twice, kicks and deals, and Carter rockets one to right. That one is going to go, no doubt about it. Up above the bullpen and gone, and Carter has hit his 8th home run of the season, and Tucson leads 2-0. And that was just the first of the big hits for Chris Carter tonight. We'll tell you about the other ones coming up in just a minute. Tucson wasn't finished in that inning, though. The next batter was Brian Barton. He drew a walk. Matt Erickson came up after that, and Erickson had a base hit to right field to put runners at the corners with nobody out. Juan Brito was the next guy up, and he actually came up with 1 out because Erickson tried to advance on a pitch in the dirt and was thrown out. So the infield then came in. Brito hit a line drive back to the mound that went off the catcher Haverlow and bounced over to the first baseman Elward. He picked it up, tagged out Brito going by, and Barden had to hold at third base. That meant Kenny Perez was going to have to come through with a clutch 2-out base hit. No problem for Perez. Hey, here comes the pitch. Ground ball back in the middle into center field for a base hit. Ask and ye shall receive. Kenny Perez with an RBI single to center. That's his 16th RBI of the season. And Tucson does not leave Barden at third. It is 3-0. So Perez able to come through there with the base hit. But Salt Lake, of course, they've got some pretty good bats as well. And they were about set to go on the comeback trail. He's got 2 runs in the 4th inning. A leadoff single from Howie Kendrick. Nick Gourneau followed that up with a base hit. Kendrick actually went to second after his single because Stephen Drew came over, made the play behind the bag. His throw to Carter was just a little bit offline, and it bounced past Carter. Drew was charged with the throwing error. And then after the base hit by Gourneau, Kendrick went to third. Jeff Mathis came up next. He had a base hit. Mike Elward had a ground ball to third that scored a run, so it was 3-2. But in the 6th inning, Salt Lake would claim the lead. Kendrick led off with a base hit, one of his 4 knocks on the night. Gourneau struck out, Mathis struck out, but then Elward walked. The next man up was Corey Myers. He reached on an infield single, and that brought Adam Pavkovich to home plate. All right, here's Pavkovich now. Bases loaded, 2 outs. Edgar from the stretch. Here comes the pitch. Swinging a line drive. Base hit into left field. This is going to score 1. Rounding third. Coming to the plate is Elward. The throw is cut off by Gonzalez. Elward scores. Throw to third. Myers is out. That's going to end the inning, but Salt Lake is taking the lead. A 2-run single for Adam Pavkovich. And Myers thrown out, trying to go to third as Gonzalez cuts the throw from Hairston. Threw back to Barden to end the inning. But Salt Lake is out in front. And it was 4-3 Bees at that point in time. But Tucson would come back very quickly. They got a couple of runs in the 6th inning to take the lead right back. Leading off was Stephen Drew. He grounded out to first base. Scott Hairston came up next, and he popped out to the shortstop. But as Tucson has done so many times this year, they had another rally in them with 2 outs and nobody on base. Chris Carter had an infield single. Brian Barden walked. That brought Matt Erickson to home plate, and Erickson delivered. High set, he kicks and deals, and Erickson swings, and it's a soft line drive to center field. That's the base hit. Coming to third is Carter. They're going to wave him around. Erstad won't even throw it in. Carter will score, and we are tied at 4. And another rally for Tucson that started with 2 outs and nobody on base. So Erickson drove in that run, and then Juan Brito came to the plate. Brito hit a bouncer slowly towards short. Smith charged, picked it up, threw to first, but it was low. The throw got away. Barden came all the way around to score, and Tucson had the lead. It was 5-4 at that point in the ball game. But there was so much more to do tonight. Salt Lake trailed 5-4 still going to the 9th inning. Tucson turned to Casey Daigle to try and close the ball game out, but it wasn't going to be easy for Daigle. He walked Elward leading off. The next batter was Corey Myers. He rolled the ball through the right side for a base hit, putting runners at first and third. After Pavkovich, or at first and second rather. After Pavkovich tried to bunt the runners over and popped it up, Reggie Willits came up and hit a slow bouncer to the right side. Carter cut in front of Caiaspo to pick up the ball and flipped it to Casey Daigle. But Daigle couldn't win the race to the bag, and now the bases were loaded. Casey Smith came up next, hit a high chopper off the plate to third. There was an out recorded at second on the play, but the run came in to score, and that would tie the game at 5. Darren Erstad did ground out to end the inning, and it was a 5-5 game going to the bottom of the 9th inning. Tucson went in order in the bottom of the 9th. But in the 10th, Salt Lake rallied. Kendrick led off with a single against Daigle. Nick Gourneau had a double, sending Kendrick to third base. Then it was Jeff Mathis who came to the plate. Mathis has had a little bit of a frustrating series. He took out some of his frustrations right here. It's a 3-1 pitch. It's on the way. It's swung on. It's driven in the air to deep left field. Back goes Erickson. This one is going to be over his head. It bounces on the warning track into the bullpen. It's a ground rule double. It's going to score 2, and Salt Lake has the lead 7-5. And I'll tell you what, Greg Esposito, as we bring you back in, at that point, things looked bleak for Tucson. It certainly wasn't over, but they looked bleak at that point with 3 consecutive hits to open the inning, because not only was it 7-5, but then Mathis was in scoring position still with nobody out.
Well, definitely it did look bleak, but what we've learned from both of these teams in the first 2 games of the series is you can't count either of them out at any point. Both of these teams can come back a lot of talent on the field, and as we saw and as we're about to hear, the Sidewinders had more to come.
Yeah, no doubt about it. They would get after it after Schultz came on in relief of Daigle. And Schultz got a line drive off the bat of Ryan Buddy to third. Barton grabbed it, threw back to second, doubled off Mathis. That gave Tucson 2 outs in the inning. And then Anderson Rosario bounced back to the mound. So it was a 7-5 game going to the bottom of the 10th inning. Jason Bolger, the former Sidewinder, was on the mound for Salt Lake. Bolger walked Alberto Callaspo, had their leading off in the inning. Sorry about that. We'll get to that in just a second. Walked Alberto Callaspo leading off the inning. Chris Young then came up and walked. Stephen Drew also walked. So the bases were loaded with nobody out. Scott Hairston saw a couple of sliders, got down 0-2 before Bolger challenged him with a fastball, and Hairston struck out. Carter would be next. Bases loaded, 1 out, bottom of the 10th inning. Sidewinders down by 2. Bolger kicks and deals, and Carter swings, and it's a soft line drive to left, sinking fast, base hit. 1 run will score. Here comes Young to the plate. The throw is offline. Young will score, and we are tied at 7 on Carter's base hit. 4 RBIs tonight for Chris Carter, and he came through in a big way, and the inning still was not over. Brian Barden was up next. Barden hit a shallow fly ball to Darren Erstad in center field. So Matt Erickson then came to the plate with 2 outs and runners at first and second. Erickson had a long at bat against Bolger, but he worked the count full and finally drew a walk. That reloaded the bases, and Juan Brito was the next man to the plate. Juan has absolutely been on fire as of late, but he hadn't done much tonight. Brito was 0 for 4 as he stood in against Bolger. Bases loaded, 2 outs, bottom of the 10th inning, and the game tied at 7. Waiting on the first one from Bolger. And here it comes. Swinging a line drive softly at center field. Base hit. We are going home. In the score is through. Tucson has done it again. 3 in the 10th. They win it. 8-7 tonight. I apologize for my voice. You have this many walk-off winners in a row. That's what happened. Juan Brito delivered a base hit to center, and Tucson has won the ball game 8-7 tonight. Another dramatic night here at Tucson Electric Park. For Tucson, third straight walk-off winner for the Sidewinders as they win tonight with 3 runs in the 10th inning. Greg, as you mentioned a moment ago, you never take your eyes off the field when these two teams get together. There's too much talent out there, and the Bees bullpen has been their Achilles heel this year. In the last 2 nights, Tucson has taken advantage. 2 in the 9th last night off Greg Jones for the 5-4 win. 3 runs off Bolger tonight in the 10th inning, and the Sidewinders go to 12 games over 500.
You mentioned it, Jason Bolger just ineffective tonight. Walked too many guys in this game, and that cost the Bees here in the end. And the best part about this, there's 2 more games left in the series, and it's been great baseball if you're a Sidewinders fan the first 2 nights.
Well, Game 3 in the series coming up tomorrow. We're back to tell you about that right after this.
Experience live entertainment every Friday and Saturday night at Casino del Sol and Casino of the Sun. And enjoy Tucson's best food and drink specials every weekend at Arizona's finest casino, Casino del Sol. And for even more Vegas-like entertainment, check out ABBA Amphitheater's concert schedule featuring Joanne Sebastian, Sin Bandera, Martina McBride, and more. Tickets available at ABBAconcerts.com, the Club Sol box office, and Ticketmaster. Casino del Sol, just like Vegas, only closer. Enterprises of the Pasquayaki Tribe.
To get good fish, you have to know where to go. Shh. The best fishing holes are kept secret. But sometimes, all you got to do is listen. Only churches can make fish like this. Golden crunchy outside and light flaky inside. It's a good catch in a basket, platter, or inside the new fish sandwich. There's always something new crunching at Church's.
Try Church's new crunchy fish sandwich with fries for only $1.99. Or enjoy 12 pieces of chicken and spicy or original for only $7.99. Offer plus tax for limited time at participating restaurants.
Church's.
More Sidewinders action now on Cool 1450.
Sidewinders and Bees play Game 3 of their series here at Tucson Electric Park tomorrow night. It's a 7 o'clock first pitch, and a pair of lefties will be on the mound. Joe Saunders goes for the Bees. He's 7-2 with an ERA of 2.46. Mike Bastick starts for Tucson. He's 5-0 with a 2.39 ERA. Again, that's a 7 o'clock first pitch tomorrow night. The on-deck show will get us going at about 6:45. So once again, the final totals in the ball game tonight for Salt Lake: 7 runs on 14 hits. They commit 2 errors and leave 7. Tucson with 8 runs on 8 hits. They had an error. They left 7. Winning pitcher tonight is Mike Schultz. And for Schultz, his record is now 2-0. The losing pitcher tonight is Jason Bolter. He falls to 1-2. Time of the ball game, 3 hours and 33 minutes, 9,993 on hand to see it. So the Sidewinders win. They go to 12 games over 500 at 37-25. Salt Lake now 34-26. Game 3 coming up tomorrow. Hope you will join us then. Until that point, this is Ryan Radke speaking for Greg Esposito and Robert Hyde back in our cool 1450 studios, saying thanks very much for listening and inviting you to join us tomorrow. 7 o'clock first pitch, the On Deck Show at 6:45 right here on your Sidewinder station, cool 1450. Good night from Tucson Electric Park.
Sidewinders Baseball has been brought to you by Singular Wireless, Casino del Sol, The Maverick, the King of Clubs, Dex Media, Century 21, La Paria Suiza Mexican Restaurant, Compass Insurance, Quick Mart, Hyundai, Worldwide Travel, Church's Chicken, Incy Prince, Desert Diamond Casino, America Online, Film Creations, Sedona Springs, the Tanca Verde Apartment, and the Paul Ash Management Company, Eastman Distributing, Simon Is Car Wash, the Premier Hotel Group, Blue Cross Blue Shield, A. Atlas Discount Storage, Chapman Automotive. Listen to every Sidewinders game, home and away this season on your home for Sidewinders Baseball. Cool 1450.